Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees for December 12th, 2023. It's our last meeting of the year and our last meeting with interim Chancellor Jackson. So we will say more about that later, but I just wanted to acknowledge that up front. So I appreciate everybody being here. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6:10 p.m. And we will move right to the Pledge of Allegiance. VP Quinlan, would you be so kind as to guide us? Thank you very much. Let's move to 2.3 roll call.
Student trustee Masand,
Here.
trustee Withrow,
He said yes.
thank you. I was like, I see him. Trustee Johannes.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Right here.
trustee Napoli Bellaris,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Here.
trustee Quinlan.
Here.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We will move to affirmation of the Statement of Cooperation. Over the course of the last 2 years, the PCCD Board of Trustees has been engaging in a process of reflection to improve our effectiveness as a board. As a result, we have conducted a critical review of our work over the last several years through a formal self-evaluation and establish meaningful goals. The Peralta Board has adopted a statement of cooperation that codifies our commitment to set the bar for excellence in governance in community college leadership and to lead by example for our Peralta colleges. Full statement of cooperation is attached to the agenda item, but in short, we have committed to build trust and seek to understand each other, to be prepared and follow good governance and ethical protocols, and model the behavior we want others to exhibit. We therefore commit to honoring and upholding these commitments in words and in action. Okay, we'll move to 2.5, report of action taken in closed session. VP Quinlan, do we have anything to report out?
Good. Anything? Sir. Sasha, did you send anything out? I don't see it in my email.
Oh, no, sir. Let me work with Natasha on that. Give me 1 second.
We have Natasha on.
We do.
Okay, now, Natasha, can you confirm that we do have a report out from closed session or no?
No, I'm sorry, President Delphine Polk. I am not aware of the report out. This portion of the board meeting that I presented on did not have an action item. I'm not sure about the remainder of closed session, but President, you can move forward and we can get you the report out later in the meeting as well.
I believe there was one item that the board voted
Yes,
on in
that's
closed
what I'm-
session, but we, if you can work with Natasha, work with Sasha to get that. It was regarding
1.4.
1.4.
1.4. Okay, yeah, I'll get that report out for you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So let's next move to the swearing in ceremony for incoming student trustee. So I'll go ahead and do that myself. you like to introduce yourself?
I will.
Good.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Naomi Vasquez, and I'm a student at Laney College. I want to thank all the associated students from all 4 colleges for appointing me to this role. I'm so thankful for having the opportunity to take this position of student trustee. And I am excited and looking forward to working with Natasha Masand, student trustee Natasha Masand, in representing and advocating for all students. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. So I'll go ahead and administer your oath of office. So raise your right hand. I state your name.
Naomi Vasquez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to carry out my responsibilities as student trustee
to carry out my responsibilities as student trustee
of the Peralta Community College District.
of the Peralta Community College District.
I do personally commit myself
I do personally commit myself
to convey the concerns of the student body
to convey the concerns of the student body
to the Board of Trustees
to the Board of Trustees
and to convey the concerns
and to convey the concerns
of the Board of Trustees to
Of-
the student body
of the Board of Trustees to the student body
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations and welcome. And you can take your, oh, okay, we're both holding mics.
2, 1, there we go. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome. Natasha or Sasha, do we have a report out before we move on to the next item?
Not yet, President.
I
Okay.
just emailed it to Natasha for her review, and then once she confirms, we will have it ready for Quinlan. Vice President Quinlan.
Move to 2.7, our annual organizational meeting. This is when the Board of Trustees decides on our leadership for the year. And I'd like to take chair's privilege to nominate Shawit Yohannes as president. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to call for nominations and I would like to nominate Shawit first. And then we'll take it for VP later on. Okay.
I think it's apparently I'm supposed to put my second nomination forward. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay, my second nomination is trustee Paulina Gonzalez Brito.
Thank you. And because it's a nomination, we don't require a second. Let's go ahead and vote for, I think we can go to a roll call vote, right, Natasha?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do the roll call. This is Shawit Yohannes for president for the next year.
Point of clarification.
Please.
So just in terms of process, we've got a nomination, we've got 2 nominations.
We have 2
So,
nominations, yes.
I'm surprised we don't have a motion and a second.
Do we need
because
a motion in a second, Natasha? Because I think we went over this before. We don't need a
I-
second for nomination.
If I'm
Yeah.
incorrect, that's totally fine. Just if we're taking a vote, it seems like you
Sure.
normally need a motion and a second. But I'm more concerned about the process. We've got 2
Sure, We can have
nominations.
Natasha run the process. If that would make you feel more comfortable.
I'm just want some clarification. We've got 2 nominations, and so when you vote, do you vote for the nominee that you prefer? Or do you vote yes or no on the first nominee, which is what you were seeming to do right here?
So Natasha, I'll go ahead and leave that to you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez, for the questions. Typically on the nomination for the organizational meeting, you do not require a motion and second for each nomination. You can call all nominations. Once you've received all nominations, you can do it either way. You can take them in the order that they were received and then have a yes, no vote. And then you would only proceed if the first didn't receive a majority. Or you can go through a roll call vote, and each of you, especially in an instance where you have two votes, you could each just say which candidate you are choosing to support. So that could be determined by the president as the chair of the meeting.
Sure. Let's go with the first one. So
Thanks.
what would be the
So-
next step then?
So then, Sasha, so if we're confirming that there are no other nominations for the role of the president,
Questions then?
and then Sasha would run the roll call vote on the each candidate as nominated.
In the order they were nominated, correct?
Correct.
Sure. So the first person who was nominated was Shawit Yohannes for president.
And
Okay.
can you state second?
And the second person was trustee Gonzalez Brito, Paulina Gonzalez Brito. Okay, great. So Sasha, let's go ahead and call the vote for trustee Yohannes.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Turn the mic on.
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
No.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
No.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
No.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
No.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the second nomination of trustee Paulina Gonzalez Brito.
Student trustee Masson,
If I vote, so I get a new vote?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Sorry.
Student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
No.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
No.
trustee Delphine Polk.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and switch.
Can we do the?
Just
Vice
President,
President.
yeah,
What?
President Delphine Polk, you would typically complete the nominations for the vice president before there's the change.
Got it. Okay, any calls for nominations for vice president?
I'd like to nominate Louis Quinlan.
Okay,
Second.
what, we don't require a second.
Oh.
Any other nominations, folks? Okay, let's go ahead and proceed to a vote.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
So. Okay, so, now we move to 2.8, approval of the agenda.
Madam President, I'd like to pull from the consent calendar items 6.1 and 6.9. These are both facilities issues. And so if we can move those to action, then I would like to move approval of the agenda and of course, accept any other motions to request to move items to action.
President, excuse me, just a point of privilege. We have IVC Smith, who has a couple of items on the agenda, and they include the items 6.1 and 6.9. And she is here even though she is on vacation and is flying out tonight. So I would wonder if we could change the order of those items and move them in front of the consent items so that she can make her flight. If
Yes,
that would
we can
be
do that.
amenable to the board.
Thank you for being here during your vacation. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so we have the agenda in front of us, the pulling items 6.1 and 6.9. Any other changes to the agenda?
We need a second for the motion.
Second.
Okay, so with that, we'll call for roll.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez.
Yeah.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Trustee Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and with that, we'll move to approval of the minutes.
So move.
Second.
Move to roll call.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow. Trustee
Yes.
Withrow, thank you, sir. Trustee Johannes.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So we'll move to item 2.10, Associated Student Government Reports.
Nate Myers, you can go if you're on.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Madam President, Chancellor, and members of the board, and to all attendees. My name is Nate Myers, and I am the ASCOA president. I will be providing tonight's report on behalf of the students at College of Alameda. We are a 3-member board. Myself as president. We also have VP of Operations Jay Mao and Secretary Erickson Peyope. ASOA has been involved in all of the planning and meetings to help our college succeed this semester and also for the future new year. ASOA has also continued to serve our students as Tasty Tuesday events as a part of our free lunch initiative alongside community building activities to reconnect students with our campus. In preparation of COA's Black History Month in February, Paul is in the process of planning all the activities for our February celebration month. COA has also been helping with our peak and spring enrollment, getting ready for our spring enrollment, helping out to get students signed up and ready for the next semester. We're also looking forward to having more activities on campus this coming semester as well. We're in preparation of that right now. And also at the ending, we as ASCOA just would like to thank everyone for being a part of it. Thank you, our President Barami, and for being a part and also being one of our biggest supporters. We want to wish everyone happy and safe holiday season. Thank you.
Christian, if you're on, you can go ahead and speak. Student trustee Masson, do you have a report?
No.
That is all that we have for tonight. President Gonzalez Brito.
So now we'll move to the Peralta Classified Senate report.
That would be Roberto Gonzalez, and I do not currently see him online.
In the room.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. Well, good evening all. Just for the record, my name is Roberto Gonzalez. I work in disability services at Berkeley City College, and I am the president of the Peralta Classified Senate. This being my first time in a long time addressing the board in person, I just wanted to be sure that you recognize me without my Zoom background. I'd like to begin tonight by thanking Chancellor Jackson for carrying on with the tradition of regular meetings with the Classified Senate. While I and others were largely expecting that our last meeting this past week would mostly be that of relating and reflecting on work and time together among other accolades. It was instead quite a thoughtful and at times what's the word I'm looking for? Cathartic discussion of purpose and intentions, aspirations, and even a discourse of how we can someday get to where we want to be. We being dedicated public sector employees who want to do right for our students. We who hear, see, and feel at times the resistance of a bureaucracy that naturally imposes itself on all of us and even the chancellor. So our outgoing Chancellor Jackson has assured us that she has recommended to our incoming Chancellor Gilkerson that these meetings continue, which the Senate very much appreciates. Chancellor Jackson also indicated that she will still make herself available. And while the Senate may in fact take her up on her offer of availability, it is nevertheless a good time to officially offer our congratulations and our gratitude for your work and attention. And while our work must continue, and perhaps just as we were all getting used to each other, we all agreed that among other things, probably the two most significant accomplishments have been one, in regards to participatory governance, the establishment of tri-chair committees that now includes a classified professional. And number two, in regards to professional development, the establishment of the Professional Development Learning Center, the PDLC. And maybe I will add a third accomplishment, and that is getting me and others to say classified professionals. So again, thank you, Chancellor Jackson, for your collaboration and for helping to get things done. It means a lot to a lot of people. So just a couple of quick reports from around the district, starting with the College of Alameda by way of Classified Senate President Louis Martinez. And COA shares 3 items tonight. Number 1 is that professional development will occur in March of 2024. They are planning a COA professional development day. They are still in the event planning mode, and so stay tuned for those details. Number 2 are intentions to promote classified members to attend the June 2024 LIFT, that's LIFT conference. This is something we've mentioned a couple of times before that seems to be getting some traction around the advancement of classified leadership. And number 3, COA would like to just call attention to issues around remote work specific to AP 7900. Classified members have expressed that remote work requests submitted have not been approved, and or administrators are discouraging employees to submit remote work requests. That is definitely a concern of the Classified Senate. The Classified Senate, as I have spoken on at least a couple occasions, worked diligently on what became AP 7900. So we definitely would like to see all presidents, all administrators to adhere to the guidelines of that AP. We understand that training, additional training is likely necessary, so we look forward for everybody receiving that training. From Berkeley City College, by way of our Classified Senate President, Tom Rizza, the December 1st Classified Professional Retreat was a resounding success. It was hosted at Revival. I recommend Revival at the corner of Addison and Shattuck. It's a locally owned restaurant, sort of in the fancy category of restaurants, and near BCC. Janine Greer, our mental health counselor, led the opener icebreaker with a lively get to know your colleagues better session. We then transitioned to a comprehensive session on financial wellness delivered by the Patelco Credit Union. Lunch was then served and it was fabulous. And then I actually led 2 back-to-back community of practice workshop sessions. So this was actually somewhat modeled on my experience and recollection of former Chancellor Laguerre's Management Leadership Development Academy, where we attempted to suss out challenges, problems, things that need to be fixed, and sort of scratched just below the surface of how to go about solving problems at Peralta. This is something that at BCC we are intentionally going to drive and to try to continue toward actually getting footing, buy-in for real change, big and small. So I very much look forward to sharing out as that comes around. My final topic for tonight is on the subject returning to the matter of participatory governance. I believe that there is a budget item on your agenda that is essentially dealing with how to reconcile the affordability around the 7% COLA. And so what I would just like to do for context is to remind us, we can go back and we can look at meetings, but I and others were present in the spring when we had the challenge in PBC and PGC to recommend a budget where it was very clearly laid out that these numbers don't align. Local 39 has an 85% COLA pass-through guarantee. SEIU has a Me Too clause. And so many of us were there wondering why we are trying to pass through 2% when we all pretty much knew that the bargaining units were going to insist on 7%. The challenge becomes, what do we do and how do we do it as a recommending body that ultimately gets to the trustees? PGC did not recommend that the budget be approved and going to the board. And so I think we talked about this. We heard the chancellor talk about this. We're struggling with the dilemma around calendaring and making the work of the shared governance committees meaningful. We are wasting precious time if we are saying that we need to educate ourselves and we need to take a vote on something that we are voting down, and yet it is moving on in any account. So in the last 2 PBC meetings, there was a presentation in which each of the 5 campus sites were each of the 5 campus sites pushed a recommendation per site as to how they would reconcile a portion of the COLA. But that information was not available to the PBC or the community prior to these meetings. The inner workings as to how those numbers came to be was essentially done behind closed doors. It was not done in the spirit of shared governance. And the essential excuse for it was that it was a matter of urgency. So I would not argue that it was not perhaps urgent at the time, but again, we did have the foresight. We knew about the 2% versus 7% months ago. And so what the classified Senate is wanting to participate in is how we can move forward so that we can do real recommendations using numbers that should be available and talking about this so that when it hits the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees are not hearing, you need to pass this and please don't pass this. We need to all be on the same page. I think we can be all on the same page. And so I want to end on a positive note that we are about to go on a winter break. We're going to get some rest, some more than others, but nevertheless, we are going to get some rest and come back hopefully refreshed, where we can really look hard at our calendaring, your calendaring, so that we can mesh, put things together so that we are actually making and doing meaningful work and not wasting our time and not wasting your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Before we move on to the next agenda item, can we go back to report out from the closed session?
The closed session report has been sent to Vice President Quinlan.
On a motion by VP Quinlan and seconded by Trustee Gonzalez Brito, the board voted unanimously to approve the termination of employee number 4619.
Thank you, Vice President Quinlan. With that, we can move on to item 2.12, District Academic Senate President, Dr. Matthew Goldstein.
Thanks. Hi, folks. Matthew Goldstein, President of the District Academic Senate. Thanks for having me tonight. Just want to recognize the folks who are putting class and classified professionals right here. You'll be hearing more from them presently. So tonight, just a few quick notes as we wrap up the year. A valediction, a DAS update, and a professional development day preview that's rather exciting. First, I'd like to bid adieu to the interim chancellor and thank her for her service. Dr. Jackson certainly had one of the more unusual tenures in the district office. She zoomed in from retirement and helped right the ship. And while she and I disagreed on a number of fundamental issues over the last years, I like to think we maintained a very friendly and respectful relationship, and I know I enjoyed working with her. But I'll look forward to toasting her properly on Friday night at the Hail and Farewell up at Merritt College. So thanks, Dr. J. Next, a couple of developments out of the DAS. First, I wanted to remind the board of a November resolution that came before you that's arguing for the augmentation of spring 24 FTEF. DAS is hopeful that the district will work toward approving that resolution and making those recommended changes that are research-based and in the view of the DAS likely to grow enrollment and help us meet a number of our very basic goals here. Another point I wanted to make is about the DAS's formal recommendation to the Office of Budget and Finance of a new planning calendar, something that you just heard Mr. Gonzalez talk about and that you've heard me go on at great length about over the last several months. So that's now in the hands of the Office of Budget and Finance. And again, you'll be hearing more about that in the new year. One other note on recent DAS action. The DAS took up a discussion around changing carceral language at the colleges. And this is an effort that's being launched statewide to help colleges talk about helping students who are struggling academically without using the language of the criminal justice system. And the most obvious and problematic example of that language is probation, right? So there's a statewide effort to rid college catalogs and so forth of that sort of language and figure out more productive ways to invite our students to improve their academic performances. That effort's being led at the Senate level by Gabriel Martinez up at BCC, and I think you can look forward to improvements on that front in the near future. Finally, there's a little bit of exciting breaking news. We just learned today that Dr. Sonia Christian, the chancellor of the state community college system, has accepted the Senate's invitation to speak at our professional day on January 18th. She will be joining the Senate presidents for an overview of Vision 2030. And she will be in person at Laney College at the Odell Johnson Center for Performing Arts. And she will help us to welcome our new Chancellor, Dr. Tamil Gilkerson, to the district, who has been advised of this exciting news. So I take this as an auspicious sign for our future. And we're looking very, very much forward to having Dr. Christian here in Oakland next month. So thanks so much for your time. Have a good meeting and have a safe and happy holiday season. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. With that, we'll move on to public communication on matters that are not on the agenda.
First up, we have Ms. Hope.
Hello, everyone. Forgive me if I seem nervous. This is my first time. I'm here on behalf of my classified colleagues, the hourly ones. When I started at Laney College, I was an hourly, and I was an hourly for 2 years, and it was pretty bad, not receiving benefits, vacation, time off, and doing just as much work as my full-time colleagues, and even more so, more work, because I had to stay over and do overtime to make ends meet. So I'm here, as we say, equal pay for them. They should be paid just as much, especially now during these times we are in. And that's about it. And Dr. Jackson, thank you for all you've done, and appreciate you, and we'll celebrate you on Friday.
Next, we have Molly Seelam.
Good evening. Feels like old times here. It's been a while to be speaking in front of the board in person. I've been a classified employee for over 20 years. I've been hourly, I've been part-time. I mean, that is part-time. And part of 3 different bargaining sessions. And each time we didn't have room to make pay equity with the hourly employees. And I feel this is a big stain on the Peralta Human Resources. I think having the respect for employees who are doing the same work, they should at least get the same amount of money. I think creating one pay scale would be so simple. It would really simplify a lot of things that are going on in Peralta. It would increase morale. It would increase the employment opportunities. And I feel like it would really help and benefit the students, the faculty, the administrators. I think everybody would win. So thank you. And I hope you take this matter serious.
Next, we have Alejandro.
Hi, Chancellor Jackson, Board of Trustees, College Presidents. I'm up here to talk about the same issue as my colleagues in SAIU. I am, as the Chief Steward for our Peralta chapter of SAIU 1021, I am cursed with the obligation of being on both bargaining teams, the bargaining team for the permanent employees, as well as the bargaining team for the hourly employees. And this is the first time I've done it. I'm a newly minted chief steward, and I didn't realize going into it that there's actually 2 separate salary schedules, one for permanent and one for hourlies. We asked the district's team why that was, and they didn't know either. And my personal theory on it is that it's been 10 years since the hourly contract's been negotiated. And I've mentioned this before, but I just want to repeat that I think it's really unreasonable that we expect temporary employees who both won't be here for long, and so it's hard for them to complete a session of contract negotiations, and haven't been here for long. So they don't understand the contract or the district or what it's like to work for Peralta. And we're asking these individuals to negotiate their own contract instead of negotiating them both at the same table. It doesn't really make any sense to me. And I keep going back in my mind to the reality that the district's representatives in our negotiation, who are lawyers, who are paid by the hour, have made the decision not to allow us to combine these negotiations and therefore get paid for double the hours, right? Maybe it's just conspiracy theory brain, but I can't help but think about that. And I just wanted to mention that the district currently spends more paying that law firm than it would take to bring our hourly employees up to parity with the permanent. We asked the district to do the math for us, but they say they can't disaggregate the 2 groups. They can't tell us how much it would actually cost for them to bring the hourlies up to parity. So we try to do our own math, and by our best estimates, it's under $100,000. But still, they continue to say no. So again, if we could just combine the 2 tables and negotiate simultaneously for both SEIU groups, probably the savings would be more than enough to cover the cost of pay parity. Thank you.
Next, we have Sejal. They're ceding time, but they don't state to whom.
Ceding time to Jeff Senseri.
Then Jeff Sinceri will be last, and he will have 6 minutes at the end. Next, we will have Mo.
Mo is asking to go at the end.
Next, we have Haley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Haley and I'm an instructional assistant in the math department at Laney. I started originally as an hourly and after 4.5 months transitioned to a permanent position as an hourly, in addition to being paid about 80% of what my counterpart, same step. I did not receive any insurance. I did not get a contribution, much of a contribution to my retirement. I collected no vacation and I received about 1 sick hour of sick pay, 1 hour of sick pay per month. Those 4.5 months that I spent in the hourly position, if I compare my total compensation to the compensation of my counterpart, somebody who's doing the exact same work as I am, I lost out on $17,000. That might not seem like much to some people, but that's a lot for somebody in my position. Despite working full-time for the state of California, I, believe it or not, qualify for government subsidized housing. In fact, it's not until step 4 of my salary schedule that I no longer qualify for welfare, which just doesn't really make sense to me. I should be able, if I'm an employee, full-time employee of the state of California, I should make enough money to be able to pay for my housing without government support. Yeah, I believe ultimately what would be fairest to the hourlies is to not just give them wage parity, which is what we're fighting for, but total compensation parity. This isn't something that's unheard of. Nurses, if they're working per diem, their benefits are wrapped up into their hourly wage. We're not going for that because given how reluctant the district is to give us any additional money, that just seemed completely untenable, but I think that is ultimately what's fair. Instead, we're simply asking for equal wages for equal work, not total compensation, but wages. And as Alejandro mentioned, that's by our estimates, would only cost the district about $100,000 a year, which also by our estimates is about 0.1% of the district's budget. And this doesn't feel like a matter of, oh, there's not the money for that. It feels like a matter of the district's priorities. And as other members mentioned, okay. Thank you. Paying people fairly, paying people even better would be competitively. It's not a loss for the district. It's paying somebody fairly, you're going to attract somebody better. You're going to retain somebody longer. You're going to have better morale in the person who's working. And I wish the district would see its employees as opportunities for contributions instead of just a cost to be minimized. The bargaining unit is is made up of employees in a number of different circumstances. They all fall under the title hourly. Some people are short-term employees, some people are substitute employees, some people do work that has variable demand, such as sign language interpreters. In fact, there's a large portion of the bargaining unit is interpreters and support staff for the disabled. And I had the opportunity to hear from a number of them at negotiations, and they said that the most that they get paid at Peralta is less than the least that they would get paid in other places. One of these women would have retired, but she says the students need her. It seems like the others had similar stories. It seems like the business model of the district is to essentially take advantage of people's goodwill, which does not seem sustainable to keep having qualified interpreters. If these people leave, then how will you be able to attract people to replace them without just taking advantage of people's goodwill, which is not always going to be there. Yeah. I guess, yeah, in summary, this doesn't seem like we're asking for a lot. And yeah, it would make a substantial difference in a lot of people's lives. Thank you.
Next, we have Roberto Gonzalez.
I'm back, but I have a different hat on. Okay, I'm now, I'm not Senate, I'm union. I am also a steward at Berkeley City College, as well as our publicist for the chapter. And I've got to say, I think the Board of Trustees and I have something in common, is that we both have been ignorant of our hourly worker situation. It was actually really disturbing, came to light. I don't understand why we pay less for the same work, where it's pretty standard in other industries that hourly workers in many cases are paid more than our regular or permanent workers. So that seems to be ass backwards, just to put it frank. We should be, and I think we are, embarrassed about that, and we need to correct that. So I strongly urge you to right that ship. It's not going to cost much money. There's going to be so many benefits to doing it. We actually really need more. We need less hourly workers and more regular workers, but there are times when we need hourly workers, and there is a nice pathway there. Maybe we will get the benefits as well too, and it is the case that some people actually prefer to be hourly workers. So there is a place for hourly workers, but we need to treat our hourly workers in a humane way. And you know, I think it saddened everybody. I think it was sitting here to hear Haley you know, talk about her housing situation perspective. We know that housing is very expensive in the Bay Area. So I think we need, if we can take care of people at the bottom, we are going to help everybody at the top and then some. So let's let's see what we can do to right this ship. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kwana Rollins. I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, Board of Trustees and constituents. I'm Kwana Rollins, and I've been with the Peralta District for 17 years now, and I started as an hourly. And I remember working in general services, doing really hard work, working on the Measure A bond fund, along with so many wonderful people. And now as a full-time employee, I continue to work with both full-time and part-time employees, working on state initiatives, working on just serving our students in a way where we're advocating for them with the same passion as, you know, a full-time employee. There's no difference. There's no distinction where it's like, well, I can't serve this student because I'm part-time, or I'm not going to have the same passion or care because I'm part-time or full-time. It's with the same passion. And one of the things that I've mentioned to our president at COA is that it's kind of hard to show up for our students when we are suffering ourselves. So when you have students who are hungry and we support them and provide them with all these resources, and me as an employee, if I'm suffering the same thing, but no one cares, it's just kind of hard to show up, but yet they do. So I'm asking for equal pay for doing the same work, for showing the same type of love and care that we all do for our students each and every day, for being our student counselors and advocates for them. I just ask that you just really pay attention to that, because there's a lot of people here who do a lot of great work, and I'm just asking for equality for them. Thank you.
Next, we have Jamil Tier.
Good evening. To our Peralta community constituents, President Gonzalez Brito, welcome. Chancellor Jackson, members of the board, new student trustee Naomi Vasquez. I come to you tonight as the SEIU Vice President for our chapter. I'm also a member of our bargaining unit permanent bargaining team for this contract. And I'm here to you to speak today about the importance of parity pay. Peralta pays its hourly workers less for equal work. And I'm speaking to you to urge you to support parity pay for our temporary employees, because our members deserve equal pay for equal work. Like many hourly employees, I started my tenure as an hourly. And for 1.5 years, I did the same work in the Department of General Services as the rest of my colleagues. As a former hourly employee, it was difficult to show up to work every day, do the same work as my colleagues, and not have benefits or leave or the same hourly rate wage. The recognition of the inequity got me involved in union work, so here I am today. Thank you all. But it's incredibly difficult to be able to come to work and serve students and not be able to put food on your own table or pay rent. And so we're coming to you today knowing that our brothers and sisters are in this struggle, and that they come every day with a willingness to serve, but with struggles that we don't always see. The district's bargaining team has refused to productively bargain for parity pay or to even provide us with accurate numbers. But our research team has done the numbers, and we're looking at approximately under 100,000 a year, somewhere around 75,000 if our numbers are correct. We believe that all SEIU members deserve equal pay for equal work, and we're asking for you to put them on the same salary schedule as our permanent employees. So I'll leave you with this thought. The Peralta trustees have talked about equity over the past few years and in a number of ways. And what we're asking for is honest evaluation of what equity would look like for our part-time employees. So we're asking that you take that into consideration and urge your negotiating team to talk to us about parity pay for our hourly employees. Thank you.
Next, we have Margarita.
Sasha, she ceded her time.
To whom?
To Haley.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mo.
Hello, Chancellor and Trustees. My name is Mo Kashmiri. I'm the labor rep with SEIU Local 10-1. I'm helping negotiate the contracts for the permanent classified employees and the hourly classified employees. First of all, thank you. I think we're really close on the permanent contract to getting it finished. We think the team, your side has made great movement on the vacation issue, and I think we're very close to getting there. Our issue is still on the hourly contract. Not only is management refusing us to allow us to merge the contracts, which would save money long-term and time. They're also saying that not only do hourly employees they don't get the same vacation, they don't get the same retirement, they don't get the same health care, they don't get the same sick leave, they don't even get paid holidays. And they don't have very good job security. And on top of all that, they don't even get paid equal pay for equal work. The very bare minimum for us is we need to make sure that we don't have any more second-class citizens. Everyone who's an employee at this district deserves the basic respect and rights and to be able to support themselves. As you know, the inflation has gone up dramatically. Housing is more expensive, groceries are more expensive, gas is more expensive, and folks are struggling to make it. I'm actually reading an email right now from one of our hourly employees who's just got evicted and is really struggling to just be able to get housing. And on top of that, we also have a weird situation where the interpreters and the instructional aides that work with disabled students are listed as temporary employees, even though many of them have been there for 10, 20, 30 years. Just about that, Peralta College has had a long relationship with the deaf community. Berkeley has offered a sign language certificate and degree for decades, and Laney's worked closely with the School of the Deaf to provide vocational ed for deaf students. And that's all possible because we use the sign language interpreting services through Peralta interpreters. Without them, the students wouldn't be able to access their course content. They wouldn't be able to develop relationships with their fellow students or be part of a college community. Most interpreters in our pool have remained loyal to Peralta for decades, working with staff, and they give tirelessly to make sure that, to educate instructors on best practices for deaf students. But interpreters have not received the same loyalty in return. They don't have the same job security and get the same pay and benefits as permanent employees. They deserve parity pay. Plus, because they're kept as temporary employees, they have to find work at other institutions to supplement their income. They can't just work at Peralta, which means that they're not always available when needed at Peralta. And so that we have to fill in with a contractor that pays almost 3 times the hourly rate for an interpreter to fill. So the district is spending thousands of dollars per month, sometimes per week, for services that could be provided by full-time Peralta interpreters. So we're hoping to make some of the Peralta interpreters and instructional assistants made permanent so that we can save money and provide better services and a continuity of services for our students. So again, we need your help. This is in your, whether we get a fair contract or not is up to your votes. And we hope we can count on your support moving forward for equal pay for equal work and to provide better services for our students. Thank you.
Last, we have Jeff Sinceri.
Oh, okay. I'll first start by saying I support SEIU, equal pay for equal work. So this is where there you go. All right. So now I just want to say hello to the board, chancellor, vice chancellor, presidents, everybody. Hello. I want to start by expressing some frustration, especially around I'm trying to channel some of the more knowledgeable people that have been up here. So I'm going to talk about the budget that's going to be presented tonight. And I'm going to dig a little deep, which is not really my thing usually, but I spent a lot of time on this. So On slide 5, I just want to say that, like, I was looking through it and I find it problematic that both faculty and staff seem to be shouldering 88% of the budget hit to pay for the raises we all get, well, all of us fairly. While admin seems like they are taking 6% of the hit as far as the numbers go. And that is with a 7% raise that we got. So it's odd to me, I guess, that they seem to have come out ahead of that one, whereas faculty and staff are behind the 8 ball. I'm also concerned that I didn't see any consideration in this budget for reducing the line 5105 in the budget. That's the ICC, or the outside consultants. But instead, it's the 2 chief student-facing and serving bodies that are being targeted, which means that in what seems to be characterized as a dire financial situation, the students end up being the most direct victims to the loss of faculty and staff that's being posited as a financial solution here. I worry for our students because of this, especially while it's also odd that this revised budget, excising of unfilled positions, actually increases admin salaries according to the numbers and salary budgets, while decreasing faculty and staff salary overall. Again, that's strange. Shifting gears, it's not as strange to me as some of the facilities issues. This time I actually did some research on board docs and found that the district has spent roughly $10 million on elevator maintenance and repairs over the last 5 years. And that's what we know about what I was able to find and parse out. And yet here we are with most elevators at Laney not working, and also at least one not working at Merritt College. That's $7 million in the last 2 years. And again, we still have elevators that are not functional. I suspect you'll be told that there are legitimate reasons, but from an outsider's perspective, I would imagine that it would seem odd because a safety and ADA issue such as this, you would think that everyone, faculty, staff, excuse me, students, administration, trustees, everyone comes together and says, this is an emergency and it's unacceptable. But instead we get lengthy and unnecessary explanations, which may or may not be valid, and district leadership that seems to defend them and the lack of progress that we're seeing. Lastly, I think it's weird that the district is paying, and you were likely approving. Actually, it looks like it got pulled, but I was looking at that item where there was $750,000 or 1.5 million to HPLE, to a single consultant firm that we've employed in the Department of General Services for over 3 years now, when I think we can agree that the Department of General Services doesn't seem to have benefited from that expertise that this group seems to bring to the table. I say this not to complain or to be mean, but rather to speak to board members about the concerns that I have about the spending of this district that is happening while people who most directly serve our system are being made to sacrifice. Thank you. Here's your pen.
Thank you, and thank you to all who came to express their concerns, and appreciate that very much. With that, I wonder if, given that Vice Chancellor Smith has to leave us soon, I wonder if we can move items on the agenda around a bit and move to 3.2 before the Chancellor's report, and then move to 6.1 and 6.9, and then come back to the Chancellor's report. Okay. All right, then we'll move to 3.2.
Okay. While IVC Smith is moving to the podium, I just want to give a quick update. At the last agenda, the item that she is going to be presenting was put forward, and at the direction of the board, we were asked to defer that to this meeting. But given the scope of that, I have requested that we move the full presentation on the facilities assessment until the January board member meeting. That's also in consideration of the new chancellor coming on board, and I felt that she should be in the seat when that happens. So tonight, IVC Smith is just going to give a short update to put it in perspective for the board, because we did say we come back in December and present. And then also during the chancellor's report, we usually have her provide an update on the short-term projects, but she's going to include it in this. And then IVC Smith, if you would go on to the other 2 items that we were pulled for discussion so that you can make your flight. Thank you.
If Sasha can bring up the presentation, please.
Working on it now. Give me one moment.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
While Sasha's getting ready, I'd like to thank the board for moving this forward and accommodating my time crunch right here, and wish the board good evening, happy holidays. Congratulations, President Brito, Trustee Quinlan, and Chancellor Jackson, you will be missed. And I welcome our new Chancellor, Dr. Tamil Gilkerson. While we're waiting for the presentation to come up. Great. Again, I gave my brief good evenings. If you can go ahead and move to the next slide. At the last board meeting, there were a number of questions and statements that were made regarding the facilities assessment and financial accountability. And it was determined at the last board meeting that DGS would come back in January to give a full report with the associated vendors. That's HPLE and ISES, which is Intellectual Systems and Engineering Services, to give you a full report and the opportunity to go through. I had delivered the facilities assessment this afternoon, all of the binders, which we will provide a link and make available for everyone to review. At this time, it will give us, if coming back in January, it will give us an opportunity to go through the participatory governance and also share the facilities assessment and also the things that we discussed this evening. I'd like to ask you, as we discuss this, please give me additional guidance if there is something that we might have missed. So when we discuss facilities assessment, there are two major pieces to that. And those are the facilities conditions report itself, again, which was delivered this afternoon, and also the facilities accountability. Two different things that we have to bring together before moving on to the facilities master plan. And then also this evening, I am going to give you a brief update of the short-term projects, what's been completed and what's remaining. Next slide, please. So before I go into this slide, I want to bring to your attention the process that we go through when we're selecting vendors to work on our projects. Aside from being a one-to-one replacement, when we replace light bulbs, when we replace filters, when we replace broken windows, a one-to-one same item replacement, everything has to go through DSA, which means we have to solicit for an architect because only a licensed architect can sign DSA documents. So if we engage with even engineers such as Jensen Hughes, we still have to bring on a licensed architect to be the architect of record with the state. So that process of just soliciting, getting the initial RFQ, RFP, that's 30 to 60 days, just that piece. Then there's the review of another 30 days. And that review is with within our department, within some of the stakeholders. And it helps us then get more participation, more buy-in to make sure that we have we're providing the service that's needed. Also, once an architect is selected, understand there's an assessment planning, and design piece. That usually lasts 6 to 9 months. 6 to 9 months after that selection is made. And also within that whole process, we still have to come back to board for the approval of that architect, that vendor, whomever we're using. For example, on this list, we have Jensen Hughes, which is they specialize in the fire alarm systems. So although we are working with Jensen Hughes, we also had to bring on an architect, Fred Powell, and associates. So that's 2 procurements that we have to do. So all of those timeframes, please keep that in mind. And then when we go to DSA, there's also a time lapse of 6 to 8 months, and sometimes more complicated projects, such as the Laney Library. The review can be up to a year. So keeping all of that in mind, please understand how we have been working expeditiously to assess, resolve all the things that we can in our physical assessment, along with the assessment that was provided for you this evening. So I would like for you to look, we went through an RFP lately for infrastructure support services. So our Cumming and HPLE were 2 vendors that we pooled together, created a pool. Cumming was a very close scoring. Cumming outscored HPLE, but in order to get more work done, we're pulling both of those vendors and creating a pool. Please review item 6.11, and it explains the whole process that we went through for this RFP to have Cummings lead our sustainability effort, fire alarm, and access control. I'd also like for them to take a look at the facilities assessment report to see how they can help us. But because it was not listed in the RFP, depending upon what their proposal is, we may have to go out for another RFP for that assessment. But again, we're trying to get all of our ducks in a row and make sure that we stay within the process. Now, because HPLE was part of that pool, we are continuing with using them for the short-term projects and also our HVAC issues. If you also look, there was also an RFQ in 7-11, and that HPLE assisted us with developing the cleaning standards, short-term projects again. And the reason why I also reiterated that, because understand at this point, in 2017, we had 8 managers and 4 support staff. At this time, we have 2 interim managers, myself and BC Hoff. And at this time, BC Hoff is charged with working on the short-term projects. Next slide, please. Again, I'm going over the things that give you more of an idea of what the physical accountability is right now. So at this time, under the agreement, under the RFP that was issued, 722 and 523, HPLE and ISES, which stands for Intellectual Systems and Engineering Services, they are the ones who generated the voluminous facilities assessment report that we've submitted this evening. Again, I want to go back to the RFP that we solicited and got Fred Powell to work on our fire alarms. Jensen Hughes, that was another solicitation that we were able to get him to we were able to get that engineering company who is a premier engineering company for fire alarm systems. Next slide, please. more fiscal accountability. We have engaged with Volts to continue feasibility studies for the rest of the district. We've already done a feasibility study for College of Alameda. That was our selection. So we are doing district-wide now. So also on the agenda tonight, there's also an item for Volts to add to their contract so that we can have some actual architectural services to assist with the renderings. We'll be examining Laney, we'll be examining BCC, and we are also looking at Merritt. So then now we have full accountability for student housing district-wide. Kone elevators. There was an RFP that actually we went into an agreement with Kone elevators in 9/10/2019. That was a $3 million modernization, and it also had clauses in that agreement where we could access different funds to, again, do a deep dive to do servicing on Laney, well, district-wide servicing, district-wide repairs. There are 4 critical elevators that they have been working on under this agreement. And we have come back from time to time, and it may seem that we're asking for additional money, but if you look at last board meeting, we always state the amount of the original agreement, but it is a time extension. If there is additional money that is requested, that money is then, whether it is escalation cost or whether it is outside that agreement, we've always stated that. But we've been utilizing the $3 million contract to repair these elevators. I want to speak to the Laney elevators. Those the elevators in the Laney Tower have had difficulty for well over 6-7 years. And right now, DGS is focusing and pivoting on how we can address them as quickly as possible. The plan is to do a modernization, which we've done on one elevator. And that's why we came back to the board to reassess and make some realignment within that agreement. And now once we get that approved by the state, then we will do the second elevator. So both elevators will be modernized, but that does not account for replacing the elevator. This service that we're doing to modernize those elevators is to make sure that we continue to provide service to the Laney Tower at this time. When we go to DSA to replace the elevator, it will take well over a year to do that. But we've been working on trying to work with Crump, and I'm sorry, the architect is not coming to mind right now, but we've worked with Crump, YEI, I believe is the engineer, and now I am trying to move in a different direction to expedite getting those elevators done. So the way to do that is to go ahead and have them modernized while we go ahead and replace them. And we may not move forward with Crump. I'm looking for another source to move forward with so we can expedite and move that as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Again, this just goes over some of the things. Kone also has a repair contract. They also come out for special services. Many of those items are just one-offs where they come for a call out and we pay them small items, $2,000 here, $3,000 there, but we are working on the main contract. Again, we've come back for time extension so we can still utilize the contract. JCI is also part of our fiscal accountability. We have issues with JCI that we're trying to work out.
Now, it's interesting that JCI is part of our fire alarm system, but they're also needed for our approval with the elevators. So there's a lot of coordination that has to go on to get these elevators online. It involves JCI, it involves Kone elevators, it involves the state inspector, and it involves, like I said, it takes a lot of coordination. Next slide, please. Also, part of our fiscal accountability, we had forensic analytic come in and look at our HVAC systems. If you remember, you can recall the disrepair that our HVAC systems were in. We've started changing the systems. We started doing the things that we could do with ACO, which is a local small business that we work with, changing filters. We also are looking to upgrade the HVAC, but that is part of the facilities assessment that has to be reviewed, has to be planned, has to go forward, and has to go to DSA. I just want to bring to your attention, there are so many contracts with this physical accountability, which is ACO, which is City Mechanical, which is Diablo Plumbing, Ray and Associates. We've had to do major repairs up at Merritt to replace some of the electrical services up there. Some of the underground electrical vaults were flooded out, and that's why there wasn't electrical services up there. And we've gotten those addressed. Now we're getting the lights on. We've gotten temporary lights out there, but we are also looking for permanent solutions, again, to address the problems that we are having in the electrical vaults up at Merritt. Next slide, please. Now on the separate item, again, I talked a lot about the physical accountability. The next item that goes hand in hand with this is the financial accountability. And what we're doing, we're asking ourselves questions. I've been working with, DGS has been working with finance, Dr. Marla Powell. We've looked at two different systems for our financial accountability. DGS is responsible for the bond tracking, and Dr. Powell is looking for overall budgeting, but we both need reporting. And I want to bring to your attention that we put a new system of IT in, an IT system in April 2022. It took 1 year to get the bugs out of that. So now here we are, April 2023. So it is not until now we can start assessing what software we need for reporting purposes. And see, these are some of the things we'd like to be able to bring back to you. Design development, improve assessment software, utilize existing information. And when I say utilizing existing information, I'm also talking about some of the state reporting information that we do to Fusion, so that our system ties in not only to what we're doing locally, but into Fusion software at the state level. Be able to present results, develop and implement timelines to come back, and training of district personnel. These are all things that we're looking for this software to assist us with. Next slide, please. Again, I'm just going to give you a brief update on the short-term projects. We have completed 61% of the short-term projects. There are still a number of projects that we have to do. But again, there are different sorts of projects. I want to let you know that it's difficult to really summarize the amount of projects that are done because they are at different levels. They're discrete projects. Some of them require a number of coordination with vendors. They're not all equal. Not all work orders are equal. And we have had HPLE has stepped in to assist where we don't have staff, where we used to have internal staff, which we do not have at this time. When I say staff, I'm talking about managers who used to do this. A number of these items require analysis and investigations. So before we can do that, it requires planning, analysis, and investigation. So again, we're proud to say that we've done 61%, and we will continue moving until we exhaust this list. Next slide, please. So pending on your comments, recommendations, we're going to have to look to expand existing contracts relative to the physical assessment, develop new RFPs, RFQs, depending upon what services we may need, and to continue to address the short-term projects. Next slide. So I'd like to get some of your feedback to make sure that we are moving in the right direction so that we can either adopt or make changes. Just be sure that your questions are addressed and answered.
Thank you, Interim Vice Chancellor Smith. So with that, colleagues, any questions, comments? Vice President Quinlan.
Yes, so thank you for the reports that we have in there, the voluminous reports. Be interesting reading over the holiday. What I'm wondering is the fire alarm report in there from that Johnson Controls did or that FACS did?
No, it's not. That is a separate, it will comment on the fire alarms, but is not Johnson Control reports. There's still coordination that we have to do with Johnson Control for them to release reports. There are still, I have to work with Marla, Dr. Powell to get payment to address outstanding issues with Johnson Control before we can move on. So we're working on that now.
Right.
Again, this is an item that was assigned to BC Hoff, who's working with me.
So in your presentation, though, I think it said that FACS did the fire alarm. Forensic completed quality. No, that they did the HVAC system assessment. Is that in the volumes?
Forensic analytic. There
Yeah.
are comments on all of our utilities within those volumes. So there's comments about fire alarms, the utilities, electrical, water, every building. It's all in that report.
Just a comment to insert for clarity. The report that was done by Forensic Analytics is, I believe, on our Safe Peralta webpage. There was a forum that was held and they presented that information. And it was prior to you coming on board, Vice President Quinlan. But there should be a link off of the Safe Peralta on their report because it was a database that was a live database as we were preparing to come back to campus. So I will look for that and I will text it to you or send it via email, but I believe that's where it's residing right now.
Trustee Napoli-Reese.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, Interim Vice Chancellor Smith. I have a few questions and I'm not sure if they can be all answered. I think there's something that's a bit confusing. There are a few things that are confusing to me. One of the things that needs clarity for me is as I look at your PowerPoint presentation and as I look at Jensen Hughes, for example, we've had a history, as you said, with Johnson Control, which is also on there, and then Simplex Grinnell. I cannot distinguish between, especially since with Johnson Control, we have them until 2024, and they seem to be doing the same things that according to their scope of according to what we have written in their contract and what we have written in the Jensen Hughes contract, they seem to be similar. And so that's one of the things that I have a little confusion about. Maybe I'll just throw them all at you and then you
Can I answer that question
Sure.
first? Okay, Jensen Hughes is an engineering company that will design and assist the district with designing a new fire alarm system. They are not service providers. Johnson Control, JCI, they are service providers. So two separate things. We are looking to upgrade a new robust fire alarm service district-wide. The first campus that's going to be done will be Laney campus.
Okay, thank you. That helps clear that up. The second thing is, and I may have missed it because I went to the restroom, but the PowerPoint is facilities assessment through a third party. And that by the third party, we're talking about all of the different companies that you listed underneath, right?
Correct.
So this connects a little bit to the conversation that we had at the last meeting. So when I was thinking about a third party assessment, I was thinking along the lines of FICMAT, along the lines of somebody that is not a vendor that actually we pay to do fire alarms or to do Coney elevator or to do, not those vendors, but somebody that comes in and helps understand the scope and severity and the interconnectedness of these repairs. Because as we were talking, we patch and patch and patch. And then we realize after we spent so much money that it's actually far worse than we imagined, and we never actually get to the root of it. So I think I'm just saying for the board members, and that's not for you to respond to, but just for the board.
But I'd like to respond.
Okay.
Okay, so for this facility assessment, it outlines the global problem that we have district-wide. So when we did the RFP, Cummings specializes. HPLE does systems, but Cummings specializes in infrastructure systems. That's why they outscored HPLE with doing fire control and also they specialize in sustainability. And that's why we wanted to begin working with getting our arms around the assessment and putting a plan together.
And Cummings is the
Cumming.
vendor?
I'm sorry?
Cumming is the vendor that you're talking about as
Correct.
Okay. And then again, this is just for the board to consider as we go forward. Maybe we think about if this is something that we want to do and how we want to go forward with that, with a vendor that we haven't worked with before might be good. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Other questions or comments? Trustee Gonzalez, and then trustee Vice President Quinlan.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I have to start by saying that, I'm not an expert here. And so my observations are as a layperson. And maybe that's kind of what's appropriate. I think what we're seeing as a board and what we're seeing as a community is that year after year, stuff just doesn't get fixed. So take elevators, for example. We did a whole modernization of that building. We shut it down at Laney on the tower for, I don't know, how long was that, Louis? 18 months. And you'd think, this was a number of years back, you'd think, oh, that would have been the time to replace the elevators, right? And they're always seeming to be out of order. And so as a layperson, you look and you say, God, there are millions of dollars that we're throwing at these things, and we're going to do a modernization, but then right after that, we're going to replace it. It's like, okay, this seems crazy. And so the layperson brain here just doesn't understand it. Okay. And so I think when I reflect on the assessment comments that my colleague just made, what I'm looking for is an external assessment that says, all right, here are ways in which structurally your general services program, grounds, custodial, bond, maintenance, repairs, et cetera, these are the things that are working well. And then these are the things that aren't working well that really we need fixing. We need some kind of a shift in efficiencies. You need to staff up in this area, or you're overstaffed in this area, or you don't have good contract control in this area. And because it's year after year after year, I think that's the assessment that we want. So that whoever is in your position isn't looked at with suspicion, like, why can't she get these things done? And, you know, because you have the entire district looking at your position and blaming you. Now, what we want is to make sure that any administrator in our district, anybody doing their job, is supported and is validated. And so when we're looking at assessment, when I'm looking at assessment, it's really not like, oh, you're bad, let's catch you, you know, let's figure out how bad you are. It's not that. And I really want you, like, I really want people in the room to get that this board is really just trying to figure out how to fix stuff so that we can end the rumor, the suspicion, et cetera. I think that's one thing. So now I want to just address one specific thing here, and that has to do with the elevators. And then when we get to the HPLE thing, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
But with the elevators, we poured millions of dollars into it, and you're saying we're going to do a modernization. We're waiting for DSA to approve the modernization. Then we're going to move forward with the replacement.
I didn't explain it well then, so I should go back and re-explain it again.
So when you get to the explanation, here's what I'm looking for. To really fix it and make it work, so it's like not breaking down every other year or every other month. What kind of dollars are we talking about? Is this like, we need $100 million to replace these elevators? We should just tear the building down and start over? Or it's like, trying to get some sense of the scope here, because $10 million is what my trustee colleague quoted in the last number of years. Maybe it was district-wide, I'm not sure. What's the dollar figure? So if you could just focus in on that one thing for a minute, that would be really helpful.
I can.
Thank you.
So in order to keep the elevators operate, there's two. Okay, so these elevators have been problematic along with a number of district issues. And DGS, between myself and BC Hoff, we have been very aggressive with trying to get our arms around and get things done and report them back to you as completed. So fixing the elevators is a parallel issue. One, you have to do a modernization to keep them working and operational until you can go to DSA, get them approved and get them replaced new. So the modernization itself is part of their existing contract. And so that is why we came back at the last board meeting to extend the timeline to that existing contract. Now, in order to put a new elevator in with Kone, and we've had it estimated in order to put 2 new elevators in, and I believe it is the elevator in building, the outside elevator in building E over in building E, 3 elevators. Is it $1.4 million for the 3 to replace the 4? It is, I believe, $1.4 million, and that is taking pivoting from another vendor and going forward with someone that the district knows will deliver.
I'm sorry, can you go back to just the tower?
Sure.
If we're looking at just the elevators in the tower, the
Yeah.
Laney Tower, what's the dollar cost ballpark
Okay.
to do that replacement?
The modernization is included in that $3 million number.
Okay.
Okay. Now to do the replacement, I would say $1 million, because there are 3 elevators that is included in that price. An additional replacement elevator is at the E building. So we're replacing 3 elevators on the Laney campus. So we're looking at probably about $1.1 million just for the tower and to do all 3 elevators, because the prior, for the last 5-6 years, these elevators, those 3 elevators have dragged on and on. So DGS at this time is stepping in and saying, enough, we are going to do it, and it will be completed at this date. That's what we're saying right now.
So do we have an architectural design for the replacement yet?
For the replacement, that's what Kone will provide for us.
Okay, so Kone is going to provide architectural plans for replacement for the Laney Tower elevators.
Correct.
And
that will
what's
go
that
to
time frame?
I'm sorry, I don't know the time frame exactly, but it will not be 6 years. I can come back and have you exact time frame for that. It will also depend how quickly we can get it through DSA. So in the meantime, while we're going to DSA, designing the elevator, we also want to keep it functioning. That means that we're going to do a modernization of the elevator and replace the stops, replace the brakes, do what we need to do to make sure it's functioning well.
Okay, I'm just, I don't want to take more of the board's time on this, but I'll just say, look, what I'm hearing is about $3 million to do some modernizations, an indeterminate timeline to do a replacement that's going to cost $1.5 million or something along those lines.
I want to stop you for a second.
Yeah.
So that $3 million was a district-wide contract for 29 elevators.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, it was for 29 elevators, district-wide. There is still funds left in that contract. So
Okay.
that's what I'm utilizing to do the modernization.
Okay. So let me conclude here on this part. I think if there were a better mechanism, Chancellor, for facilities, maintenance, planning, et cetera, for that information to get to the campuses, I think if there were some regular conduit, and obviously, you know, this should be through the college president, district administration, but I think a lot of the frustration that many of us experience is that this kind of information seems very halting and scattered. And we shouldn't be doing it that way. And I think that is part of the assessment planning, the assessment process that I'm looking for in particular.
Yeah, it really is like IBC said, it's really 2 parts. We're doing the assessments. We've shown you that in the 8 volumes that are sitting on the table in my conference room. We have a thumb drive if you like, you know, Vice President Quinlan want to read through those 8 volumes over the holiday, you know, that's available. The problem is that information is on multiple platforms. It's on our finance platform in terms of the financial part, but it's in a raw data. We do not have a mechanism other than a spreadsheet to download that information, manipulate it in a spreadsheet, make it look nice and pretty, and to present to you. We have no way real time to hit a button and say, generate a report to tell me where we are right this minute on this particular project.
So Chancellor,
That's
with due respect.
Finance part though.
I think this is a human relations issue. If I look and I say only 43% of the short-term projects at Laney have been completed. If I'm a Laney student or a Laney faculty member, I'm pulling out my hair saying, what is going on here? And the very least that should happen is that DGS should have the respect and courtesy of doing a weekly update on the campus with the facilities committee from Laney, so that they're not thinking we're just being ignored.
Well,
and that's just a relational thing.
You're right, but they don't meet weekly.
Well, whenever they monthly, weekly, whatever, that communication should be happening. Look, that's operations, and I'm a trustee. I'm just like, years of frustration.
Understand what you're saying. We have very poor distribution of information in a way that people understand. And I'll give you an example. looking at the items at Laney, I saw just at a glance that there were 8 different work orders for leaks of pipes. I saw multiple requests for windows that were damaged. Each one of those is a discrete item. Analyzing 8 leaks in pipes in 5 or 6 different buildings is very different than going in and fixing the glass in a broken window. And I think that's what IVC Smith is saying. So when you look at it, you say, oh my God, you're only 40% finished. Well, each of those windows counts as an item. Each of those pipes counts as an item, but the amount of hours to fix them is extremely different. And so it takes time for people to understand that. All they know is my window hasn't been fixed. My pipe in my, bathroom is still leaking. And I saw President Besikoff raise his hand, and that may be regarding dissemination of information, but I know that IVC Smith and DGS goes to the meetings and they present that. And then we have a district-wide facilities committee and they disseminate that. But disseminating it and people comprehending and understanding are really 2 different things. So President Besikoff, if you wanted to add something shortly, because I've noticed that time is of the essence right now.
Certainly. Thank you, Chancellor. I just, in terms of our colleagues in our campus community, especially the last few weeks, and you talk about our tower, it's been difficult. This is the time of the semester when students need to see a counselor. They're climbing 3 flights of stairs to do that. You have, a lot of things happening in student services in the instruction office, 7th and 8th floor. And there have been times when employees, have been told by their supervisor, if this is unreasonable for you to climb those stairs every day, 7 or 8 floors, we can make other arrangements. And our employees show up and they've been climbing those stairs, and I tip my hat to them. Over the last couple of weeks, we've had a situation where we've had concerns about the elevators in the tower, and working with the District General Services, and I want to thank Vice Chancellor Smith. We reached the decision over the last couple of weeks to just turn them off until we get a viable solution and move forward that is workable. Along the way, we have had meetings about the 90-day lists. They've been regular. Those have been occurring. And then just for information, our campus facilities committee meeting meets monthly. So if I can add that as context to things, I'll just share that.
Thank you, President Besikoff. Vice President Quinlan?
Yes, in terms of a software, in our FCMAT report, it says the district does not have construction management software to track related projects. A project management software, PM Web, was purchased in 2018 and needs to be implemented despite limited availability of resources for the implementation. So has that ever been implemented?
Not that I'm aware of, but it may be a PM software, but what we need to do is also communicate with finance. So finance can give us the reports we need and reconciliations in real time. So that is what we've been investigating with Dr. Powell. So management software for the program, for project management is one thing, but financial reporting is different. We need to be able to, again, look at real-time costs and budgeting and be able to report back. So the two departments need to interact and work together.
So isn't that what our PeopleSoft software is supposed to do?
So once the PeopleSoft software, no, PeopleSoft software does not do that. It does not report on project management, the projects that we're doing, and it does not give us real-time reporting for what we've spent for budgeting and bond, and that's what we've been looking for right now. And PeopleSoft was, it was launched in 2022. It got the bugs out April 2023. And so now that tells us what frame or what parameter we can work within to get a software that is compatible with PeopleSoft so that finance and DGS can communicate.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Smith. So if there's no further comments or questions, why don't we move 6.1 and 6.9 were moved, were pulled from the consent calendar. Would somebody like to speak to those?
Madam President, I think we need a motion in a second before we enter into discussion.
We can have a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
For purposes of discussion, I will second. So this is 6.1 and 6.9. Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to ask questions?
Yeah.
All right, good. All right, thank you. So I'm trying to understand where these two contracts fit into the other contracts, because there's a bunch, and I'm trying to also be super respectful because it's a vendor that's done a lot of work for us over many years. But I'm looking, and I'll just say, so one, I don't like doing ratifications on, especially on massive contracts like this. This is a big thing. And I'm trying to figure out when they started this, how much has been done, and then what the deliverables are, because I'm looking at, in particular, 6.1, I can't tell what it is that they're doing. And we're being asked to approve of almost, close to $1 million without understanding what this is. So when did this start? How far along is it? And what is it?
It's their continuation of working on the short-term projects. It's also their management and assisting DGS of getting the heat on, working over the holidays, and also being supplemental to the project managers that we don't have. Again, I wanted to reiterate that we had 10 managers at one time, 8 managers at one time, and now there's 2 interims. And, myself.
So this is a lot of project management service.
It is a lot of project management service, but I want to differentiate. There's project management service under AECOM where there's Kitchell, Swinnerton, Roebelin, Antonio. Those are the large bond projects. They are not in management of the infrastructure and utilities that we're trying to assess and also correct. So that's where Cummings and HPLE come in. Cummings will lead and take on looking over the facilities assessment that we've done and also putting a plan together. HPLE has provided additional management service for us and also assessment and design service.
Okay, and about how far along are they under this contract?
There's ratification for until December. We will pay them up till December 31st. And then the new 6.11 that we're looking at that describes the process that we went through to procure Cummings and then also pool with HPLE, that will start in January. So those are 2 different items.
Okay, so this one, is this on the slideshow that you just did in the presentation? There's an HPLA list, it's number 2, and it says it's 61% complete. Is that what this $750,000 contract is?
61% references only the short-term projects that they've been, when I said 61%, we are talking about the short-term projects of a list, that was presented to you of all of the district-wide projects that we, work orders, things that are broken that we've been addressing. So 61% district-wide has been addressed.
This is the item number 2. First is Cummings, and then HPLE, and then there's another HPLE. And the third HPLE says that it's 100% on the second one, right after Cummings. This is in your slide number 2, says 61%. And it specifically says HPLE. It's 61% of,
61% of the short-term projects. That's the district-wide short-term projects of repairs, infrastructure items throughout the district.
I see. And is that related to this contract, this $750,000 contract?
Correct.
It is.
Now
Okay.
there's two contracts. The 6.1, that is the one that they've been working on now to
Mhm.
provide those services district-wide.
So in other words, we've spent about $500,000, something along those lines on this contract, and now we're going to ratify it.
We have done, again, we're trying to get to the board to the process of procurement. They've continued working. They continued providing service. They also assisted with getting the heat on during mhm.
I don't mean to be disrespectful. and
No,
so
no,
please
I'm not taking,
understand that
I want to make
you-
sure, I want to make sure that I clarify it
I-
so that we both understand.
So as
that,
a board member, here's the
Yeah.
discomfort I have.
Mhm.
Ratifying $500,000 of work after the fact. I have no choice at this point. At this point, the district has committed itself. Now, I'm not saying that the work hasn't been done. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying as a board member, doing a ratification that big, that's not appropriate for me.
Understood.
It's also a little bit perplexing that we are so understaffed, that you've got two managers overseeing all of these contracts. I cannot imagine being in your shoes and trying to responsibly make sure that we are getting appropriate deliverables with such a short staff. So my heart goes out to you. This is crazy, though. And as a board member, I don't know what to say. So I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm just trying to say I am stumped.
My response to that would be that we've been delivering with two individuals, both interim, with the staff that we have available, with the service vendors that we have available, and we've been addressing problems that are district-wide that have been ongoing for years and have resolved them.
And I don't mean to be shooting the messenger, but we sure need to change this.
We're looking forward to working with the incoming chancellor so that we can properly identify the help that we need. We're understaffed with engineers. We're understaffed with, you
Thank
name
you.
it, we're understaffed.
Vice Chancellor, I saw Vice President Quinlan. I don't know if I saw a hand down there. Vice President Quinlan.
So, I have a concern about people working and not having a contract. I know at campuses, we've shut down several operations where people had started working without a contract, and we actually shut those down until the contract was approved by the board of the district office. And I think it's a bad look when it's okay for the district office to do it, but not for the colleges where they're directly serving students to do it. But like Trustee Ewan said, we're committed on this. They've done the work and you certified that they've done the work, and so we have to pay them. I guess part of it is I'm wondering where all this funding is coming from. I know we lost, what, $6 million to the state that they took back. Is this all being funded through the general fund?
No, it is not. Some items, now it's necessary to understand how to fund these projects. Repair projects that are one-time only can be bond funded. So yes, we can utilize our bond funds. Some of the repair money, the PPIS money, the physical plant instructional service money, we have not started utilizing some of those funds. Some of it, few things are general fund, but it's primarily bond fund. Also understand that we do have some of the scheduled maintenance because of the changes that have gone on in general services. There are still funds available for us to get some of those things done for scheduled maintenance. So we do have funding there.
Okay, so we're pulling from a whole bunch of different pots then.
Right. So I would ask that yes, we are pulling from a number of pots. So I ask that when we come back in January. I will work with finance, Dr. Powell, and also let you see where we're pulling funding from. Because again, we state where we're using bond funds, and we also state when we're using scheduled maintenance funds. There is scheduled maintenance funds that are available because of turmoil and things, because these projects were not completed before. And as you're saying, you keep hearing things that have not been addressed. We're addressing them, and we're using the scheduled maintenance funds that are available to address them.
So the scheduled maintenance money is the money that came from the state. They gave us 11 million, they took 6 back, so we still have.
Okay, so for that, that's this year, but there's money again from the past that we have not, that we're tapping into. And again, because of the change order, change over and instability, we are able to utilize those funds now and provide continuous service and aggressively go after trying to get these items fixed.
Thank you, Vice
President.
Chancellor. So, yeah.
Just a comment. And this goes back to the comment that was made by Vice President Quinlan. We have stopped projects when they haven't had a contract, but they are not health and safety items. The items that we have been working on are the things that are considered health and safety. And so what DGS has done, and the board has approved this in the past, is when we didn't have enough staff under LISADA, we went out with the multi-million-dollar contract with AECOM to do the project management because we didn't have the staff. What we've done in this particular case is we've done the same thing because we did not have the staff. The board directed us to come back to campus. Before we could come back to campus, we had to ameliorate. I can't even tell you how many items. If you recall the forensic analytics report and how bad it was. We couldn't just say, well, until we get a contract to get all of this done, then we're just not going to do anything. And we're going to go through the bid process. The board told us to move forward with that because it was a health and safety issue, literally. So the contract that HPLE has now is just a continuation of those same projects that were health and safety. And I gave the go-ahead. I will take the hit for that because I said the board has already told us to move forward with this and we need to get this done. If you thought you had enough people complaining about issues that have not been completed, if we had waited 90 days to come and bring you a contract by going through the process, you would have people standing up screaming. So yes, we did do that, but it is not something that I do willy-nilly. I never have. What I do is do it assiduously so that this is the reason why we're moving forward with this and we'll bring it to the board for ratification. And that's what happened in this particular instance. I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't just a, let's extend the contract and bring it to the board. I've been very careful in the things that I brought back to the board for, ratification after the fact.
Thank you, Chancellor. So I think we have, unless there's other comments or questions, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Should we go to roll call?
And we have a vice chancellor trying to go on vacation.
Yes, we do.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yeah.
trustee Napoli Villeries,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you.
Have a good vacation.
It's a short vacation. I'll be back because we have short-term projects and other things to do. Going to a graduation.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. So with that, I think we're back to Chancellor's reports.
Could we take a 3-minute stand and stretch?
Sure.
Just literally 3 minutes, put the timer on and like stand and stretch. Could we do that?
Okay.
Thank you. back to my chair.
Okay, we're gonna come back and continue on our agenda.
Okay, our
So-
3-minute break is done.
So it's gonna be a long night unless we continue forward here. So appreciate everybody's expediency with that break. The chancellor has agreed to forgo reports for this meeting so that we have a long agenda so that we can keep moving. So appreciate that, Chancellor. And then we will move into the budget item with Dr. Jones. And Dr. Jones, the audit report, is that it? And that has to be done, the audit report has to be done this meeting. Okay. Okay.
So we have to get that done this meeting
Okay.
because we have to get it to the state before December 31st. So I would humbly request that we do that ahead of the budget presentation. And
Sounds
we do
good, let's
have
do
our
that.
auditor online. And so he's ready to do the report. So if that's amenable to the board, I would request that.
Okay, so we'll do the audit item first, that's 3.3, and then we'll come back to 3.1.
Okay, so Sasha, if you don't mind, can you please bring up the report and cue Ben Levitt from CWDL? He will be presenting our external audit report for 22-23 fiscal year.
Ben will actually be sharing the screen, so whenever he's ready.
Perfect. I'm just pulling that up right now. All right. Good evening, members of the board. Chancellor, my pleasure to be with you to speak to the results of the fiscal 23 audit. I will keep everything at a very high level. I know it's a busy meeting tonight. Just diving right in, just a few items to go over. Starting with just expressing our appreciation to have the opportunity to work with the district and be in this role as your external auditor. The team comprised of myself, my fellow partner, Dennis and John Dominguez, and very experienced other members are very well versed in this area. We work with about 40% of the system, take this work extremely seriously. The audit requirement is coming from Ed Code. It's also coming from district board policy. And the services and deliverables, of which I'm really going to be focusing on the district audit tonight, are comprised of the district audit, which in of itself contains 4 auditors' reports. The bond audits measures A and G, which contain a financial and a performance component each, and the parcel tax selections, which are focused on a performance audit. The findings noted, just kind of diving right into those results, in the district report, concern findings reported as 2023-001, internal controls over federal awards, and 2023-002, outstanding student refund checks. Now, members of the board, you will note that those are both repeat comments from the prior year, and I'll be speaking to them in a bit more detail, starting with 2023-001. You see that highlight at the bottom, noting that that is a repeat finding. This concerns internal controls over a variety of aspects of the student financial aid processes and procedures. We do note, however, that when we had the chance to work with Mr. Ken Lira and discuss this item during the prior year's audit, the period of time in which we were speaking to this point was already into the very start of fiscal 23. And so even back in the fiscal 22 audit, there would have been no way for this to be entirely implemented by this fiscal year. And so we would expect, as we see, that this finding would carry forward. Nonetheless, in working with Mr. Lira and with our contacts throughout student financial aid, we do believe that the district is making strides toward resolving the items noted and improving fiscal controls and compliance controls over student financial aid. The second of 2 comments relates to the outstanding student refund checks. This is also a repeat comment coming out of fiscal 22. We note that while there has been improvement in this area with fewer, a lesser variety of items being noted in this category of comment, we do note 4 out of a sample of 25 refund checks that were not timely remitted from the district back to the Department of Ed. And in working with student financial aid, the response that we've got was that effectively the department is coming off of several years of backlog and is still, as of the point of our audit for fiscal 23, going through and kind of clearing that backlog. But they do anticipate that for fiscal 24, this will be resolved. It will definitely be an area that we'll be looking closely at and provide the board with an update at that future point in time. Now, 2 items that I'm pleased to note, based upon the results of our testing, have been successfully implemented for fiscal 23, relate to finding 2022-001, our comment regarding disbursement controls expenditures, and finding 2022-003, special tests and provisions, NSLDS enrollment reporting. That was also geared as a federal finding in the prior year, related to really that connection between admissions and records, the federal government's databases, and the way that the student financial aid group is able to pull that information to ensure that all disbursements of student financial aid, of those federal awards and also some state awards, are being done based upon correct, accurate information so that no students are improperly awarded or not awarded funds. And so we note that based upon the results of our procedures performed for fiscal 23, that those comments noted in fiscal 22 have been successfully implemented in this current year under audit. And taking a step back and looking at those other auditors' reports, kind of a broader perspective on the audit report. The first of those 4 auditors' reports are independent auditors' report, where we opine on the fairness of the presentation of the overall financials. I'm pleased to report to the board for fiscal 23, we express an unmodified opinion. That is the highest quality opinion that an auditor can render, and is to say, based on the results of our work for this audit year, the financial statements for fiscal 23 for Peralta Community College District can absolutely be relied upon by this governing board, by the district, and all the district stakeholders. And so an unmodified opinion over the financials. Going into those other auditors' reports, the next one, our yellow book opinion, really concerns fiscal controls. This is a very common area to have audit exceptions. Very pleased to report we note no exceptions to fiscal controls over compliance, our yellow book report, as of June 30, 2023. So 0 comments noted in that area. Next, in state compliance, really focusing on kind of straddling between our fiscal contacts as well as contacts and admissions and records, a very broad area concerning procedures outlined by the Chancellor's office every single year. We note no exceptions to the very broad range of areas that we're required to look at regarding state compliance. And then finally, as mentioned, in those 2 comments that were noted, findings 2023-001 and 002, those are the loan exceptions noted for fiscal 23, both in the category of federal compliance. I just want to express our appreciation to district staff. Not only are these marked improvements over the prior audit period, and from our perspective show very well on the efforts of district staff that have been made from that prior period. But just to relate our experience in working with district staff, that staff have really worked with us hand in hand to be able to ensure that we're able to get the myriad request items that we need to be able to opine in a timely fashion. I should note that not only at this point in time are we timely filing with the State Chancellor's Office and the Department of Education, but we're also here presenting at this December board. And many of your peers cannot say that. Many of their financial teams are still providing audit requests, even really up until now. And that is not the case with Peralta. So my appreciation to Dr. Jones, to Dr. Williams-Powell, to Momo Lim, who is a tremendous kind of direct audit contact in that internal auditor role, and all of our contacts throughout the colleges, throughout student financial aid, throughout admissions and records for assisting with this process. We are very grateful for a very transparent working relationship with district staff. And with that, try to keep it very high level, but I'm more than happy to dive into any particular areas, any aspects of the report that members of the board would like for me to speak to in greater detail. I open for any questions you might have.
Before we take questions, I do want to make one point of observation. Over the past 3 years in particular, each of our successive audit reports have improved, and hats off to all of our colleagues across the district for making that happen. It's not something that is attributable simply to finance, but to the entire district team in focusing on improving in this particular area. And I'd like to thank our external auditor team for their collaboration and consultation with us to be able to make these improvements occur.
Thank you and congratulations. Any comments or questions, colleagues? Vice President Quinlan.
Yes. I have one question concerning the audits itself. I remember, I think it was 4 years ago, the FCMAT report cited the fact that we had the same auditor for a long time, way too many years. And I think you guys are doing a great job, the people that did this audit. But I'm just wondering if we have a time, a planned time for rotation of our auditors. I don't know if anything specific was suggested by the FCMAT report, but they wanted periodic change in the auditors, so I guess you have fresh eyes looking at it?
Well, we have a 3-year, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's a 3-year agreement. Ben, is that correct? And we're in year 2 of the 3-year agreement?
I believe so. So yeah, we were brand new beginning last year. This is our 2nd year working with the district. And I want to say that that is a 3-year agreement with 2 optional years.
Right. And so what we would probably do is, more than likely exercise the extension option for 2 years and then do, a competitive RFP, request for proposal process, and then evaluate other firms as part of a competitive bid process.
And just a point, we've had 2 firms during my period here with the district. We had one firm that was under contract. We went out with an RFP and CWDL was awarded that contract in their 2nd year. So in the 2.5 years plus that I've been here, we've had 2 different auditors. So we have moved forward with that recommendation from FIDMAT.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Dr. Jones.
Other questions or comments? If not, I think we need a motion to accept the audit.
So moved.
Second.
This is only a presentation. Is there, Dr. Jones, is there an
Yeah,
action?
we should have them to approve it because it has to get submitted down to the state.
I think this is a formal acceptance.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
It is presentation in action. It's under that
Yeah.
category.
So is a motion to accept the proper motion?
Yes, that is correct.
Sasha, you captured the motion in a second.
Actually, can you repeat that one more time, please, just to confirm?
To accept the external, audit report submitted by CWDL.
Made by Trustee Gonzalez Ruan and seconded by Vice President Quinlan.
Great, thank you so much. And we're ready for roll call?
Yes.
Student Trustee Masson?
Yes.
Student Trustee Vasquez?
That was a yes.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Brito?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, Dr. Jones. So we'll move on to 3.1, presentation action on the budget.
Stand here since I have the external mic. All right, Sasha, if you don't mind, can you please bring up the budget presentation?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Sasha, are you able to, there we go.
Okay, so here we are. So I'm going to provide a review of the revised adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24. Next slide, please. As you're aware, the budget that we submitted in September reflected a salary cost of living adjustment of 2%. We indicated at the time that we had not concluded negotiations with our bargaining unit, and that upon more progress along those lines, we would come back and amend the budget accordingly. And so we are essentially adopting a salary increase equivalent to 85% of the COLA that was provided by the state, which nominally is 7%, 6.987% to be exact. And additionally, that means that the compensation line items within the budget need to reflect that increase. Concomitantly, we need to make adjustments to reduce in similar areas of the budget and others in order to accommodate that increase in expense. And so what we're going to do is to walk through at a high level what that looks like. Next slide, please. As you may recall from other presentations, that our compensation budget in total across all employee groups was about $138.5 million. With the 7% COLA, it increased to $144.7 million, thus creating a $6.2 million budget variance. So before going into how we sought to resolve that, that budget variance, I wanted to take a moment to provide you with a little bit of context and highlighting of our participatory engagement efforts around meeting this reduction. Since late October, we've shared information regarding the budget and the budget variance and discussed this matter on how might we resolve this deficit. In accordance with our existing practice, these discussions began with the Chancellor's Cabinet at the November and December meetings, and then on to our shared governance committees, Planning Budget Committee, Participatory Governance Council, and District Academic Senate at their regular scheduled meetings. Additionally, the Chancellor convened a budget retreat on October the 31st, and it was a 2-day retreat, so it was on October 31st and November the 1st, followed by discussions at Planning Budget Committee on November the 17th, and just as recently as last Friday, December the 8th. It also was presented at the Planning and Budget Council on November the 17th, and an update will be provided this coming Friday, December the 15th. And we also made a presentation at the District Academic Senate meeting on November the 21st. So, next slide, please. What I wanted to share here is, so we had a $6.2 million deficit. We came up with a couple of different approaches on how might we allocate that by location or entity, district being one and the 4 colleges. Given the fact that the deficit was largely the product of personnel, we thought that it made sense to allocate the deficit by personnel. So we use the total number of personnel at each of the location as a percentage, and did that for each of the colleges. And so essentially we have the numbers that you see before you. So essentially the district had a reduction of 1.369 million. Berkeley City College, 890 million. COA, 975,000. Laney, 1.87 million. Merritt, $1.1 million. What we did was shared that information with each of the entities and said, you tell us how you would like to take that cut. And we will, summarize all the data and information and be able to then share with others and begin dialoguing around that. So each of the entities came up with their individual plans, and we summarized those. Each of those entities met the target that they were given. And in broad terms, there were reductions in two major groups. One is the use of ongoing resources, basically the result of using vacant positions that were in the budget. So essentially giving up or semi-permanently freezing those vacant positions that were included in the budget. And then the second type of reduction was largely one-time resources. And so that you have so then we did some sort of high level analysis. So we looked at the number of positions by location so that you can see the impact, and then also show what the one-time funding was. A couple of points that that you should note. Let's go to the next slide and I'll mention it there. So wanted to take a look at and see what the impacts were, given the fact that we were looking at utilizing vacant positions. Now, vacant positions are funny creatures. I've never seen separations occur necessarily in a strategic or equitable manner. They happen randomly, which means that, as some of our colleagues have mentioned, that, this group or that group disproportionately is shouldering more of the burden, not by design, but purely by happenstance, because of the fact that we made the decision to minimize the impact to operations by using vacant positions. One of the things that I would share, one of the things that we discussed when we had the budget retreat, or a set of principles that we would use in informing these ideas for considerations. And these criteria included, for one, looking at the budget principle that was associated with our new resource allocation model. Principle of making reductions as far away from the classroom as possible. To look at minimizing disproportionate impact on any one group. And then also bearing in mind what the implication for the 50% law might be in our decision. So these were high-level criteria and parameters that we used to evaluate overall the efficacy of the plan that we put forward. And so, but still wanted to show you that these are the results by employee groups, and keeping those principles in mind, we do not feel that there is an adverse impact to any group based on the circumstances. Next slide. So in that regard, what I wanted to share with you here is simply what the overall changes to the budget is for 23, 24. And so essentially what we're really changing largely are the compensation items. The compensation line items are some increase, some decrease, because the changes are both positive and negative. So the positive, we ran up in cost because of the salary increases, but then in some of those line items, we reduced the number of positions essentially that we were budgeting. And so this just gives you a comparison between what was the adopted budget and then what the revised budget was. Next slide. And so here we are essentially looking at the key main changes. So for 23, 24, the salary and benefits line item was changed to reflect the increase in cost of living adjustment. This was accommodated for by largely reduction in budgeting for the vacant positions. So the other thing that I would want to note is that because we used $4.7 million out of the 6.2 in ongoing resources, i.e. the frozen positions, we had $1.4 million that was in one time, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But I wanted you to bear in mind that when we provided the initial budget, that included freezing $5.5 million in positions. And then we just added to that 4.7. So the budget now, the revised budget includes 9.2 million in frozen positions. So in order to balance the budget, we had to zero budget 9.2 worth of positions. So just wanted to make sure that that was understood. And then I want to highlight that because we were utilizing one-time funding, that next year we have to deal with that 1.4 again, because we didn't use permanent resources to cover that. And then the other thing is that we are maintaining our fund balance at the level of providing 2 months of operating expenses. So, next slide. So this is what the distribution by location looks like given the revised budget. We can essentially see this is the expense budget where each of the colleges and the district, budgets are. So slight changes according to the allocation of the cuts that was reflected earlier. Next slide. And so this shows you what the revised multi-year projection looks like, having made the changes to the 23-24 budget. Now, I want to take just a few minutes and talk a little bit about 24-25 and 25-26 from a high level overview in terms of assumptions. For 24-25, we are assuming that the state COLA will be about 3.54%. And because of the collective bargaining agreement is for 2 years that says that we have to provide 85% of that COLA, we are including a 3% COLA in the salary and benefit line items for that year. And because we don't know what they're going to do for 25-26, and because we're not obligated to provide a COLA, we're assuming that COLA for 25-26 will be zero. Okay, as an assumption. Okay, for the multi-year projection. Now, obviously, that could be different. We don't know. But for the purposes of doing a projection, that's what was assumed. The other reason that that was assumed is because I added a line item that says offsetting reductions, because we can see even under those revenue and expense assumptions, it's creating deficits. And we haven't discussed those future years. And so we're showing that there is going to be an offset that is needed. We just haven't engaged in collegial consultation and dialogue on what form that those reductions should take. But we wanted to show that there is going to be a need for those future year reductions in order to balance the budget. So I think that that's it. Sasha, last slide. I think that's the last one. Yeah. So at this point, I will happily take any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Colleagues, questions or comments? Trustee Napoli, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. So you had said that our collective bargaining, we're doing the COLA 2 years, but can I just get a couple clarifications? And the assumption is that the COLA for next year is going to be 0. If the COLA, the 25, 26. So, and will that still be part of the 2-year, 23, 24, 20? I guess what I'm saying is, if let me just say back to you what I think I heard from you. So we are going to be paying out the COLA that we paid out this year for 23, 24 and 24, 25. Correct?
We're going to be paying out the COLA for this year on an ongoing basis.
On an ongoing basis.
On an
So it's
ongoing,
not just 2 years, which I thought is.
no,
it's
so
not.
it's an ongoing basis. You know, we don't give a salary increase and then say, oh, next year we're going to drop you down.
That's what I
No,
thought.
it's
Okay.
ongoing.
Okay, so.
However, for next year, we have to, because of the collective bargaining agreement, we have to give an additional cost of living adjustment that is equivalent to whatever the state gives us, 85% of that. And the projection from the state at this point, bearing in mind that now they're saying we have a $68 billion deficit and they're looking at reductions in Prop 98.
Right.
Who knows what that's going to look like? It's when we get those numbers. But previously they had talked about a 3.54% COLA. So if you look at that, 85% of that is 3% or thereabouts. So that's what I've used as the projected salary increase COLA for next year would be an additional 3% increase in salary costs and associated benefit costs for that year. And then the following year, because we're out of the requirement period for needing to do that pertaining to the collective bargaining, I'm assuming 0 additional COLA in that 3rd year because we're not obligated to do so. Now, the board may choose to do that, and that's fine. That's your prerogative. But I'm saying because we're not obligated, I'm not assuming that. And given the economic condition of the state at this point, I think it would not be prudent to assume that, because that would create an even larger potential deficit that we would need to cover. And I'm saying, okay, I'm not going to assume that. That situation could be better, could be worse. So I'm deferring on that at this point. So I'm making a very conservative projection at the moment.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think that for us, it's important to remember as a board that even though the state gives us COLA, it becomes a salary increase for us that continues forward, even if the next years we don't actually, it's something that it remains part of our expenses. And I believe that people deserve it However, we just have to remember as a board that it is also, the salary increase stays with us.
It's an
year.
ongoing expense until that position no longer is included in the budget. Thus, as we've seen, we've frozen or eliminated $9.2 million worth of positions from our budget in order to balance the budget. And that's how we balance the budget, at least for the past 5 years or so. Sometimes more transparently than others, but that is what we've done. Yes, ma'am.
Vice President Quinlan.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jones, for your presentation. I almost understood it.
We're getting there.
Yeah,
We're getting there,
it's
sir.
close. I have one question. Do we have any idea how many number of vacant faculty positions that we still have that might be able to support expanded FTEF allocation?
Oh, let's see. Well, so that we're clear about terms, at this point, we are fully funding all of the faculty, permanent faculty positions. There are some that were vacant faculty positions that the colleges said, hey, we're willing to give those up in order to meet our share of the reduction. So that occurred, and we can tell you individually what those were if you'd like. But when you're talking about funding additional FTEF for the spring, as is being posed by our faculty colleagues, purely from a fiscal matter, that's going to be about $630,000. It just would be an additional cut that would have to deal with. So if you told me, I want you to do that, I would say, okay, fine. So then I'm going to turn around to those folks over there and say, where do you want to take the cut? And we'll be back at that because we don't have one. Now, there is one caveat, though. There is one caveat, and this is something that you need to know that you have the ability to do. Now, you could say, hey, I want you to do it, and you're going to use one-time funding from your ending reserves. Well, that's a choice. However, what that means is that those resources then will no longer be available to deal with perhaps more pressing issues. And so you'd have to ask, I'm sorry. It's on you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So you have to make the determination, is using those one-time funds for that purpose the highest and best use of those one-time funds? That's your call. Without getting into a lot of the details about Dr. Goldstein's proposal or resolution, I think that our colleagues in Ed Services have looked at that. We've discussed it preliminarily with the college presidents. And so I think working with those colleagues and the chancellor, we would provide you with our response, as it were to speak, to that. So I don't want to get ahead of that, disclosure, but I think it's not as cut and dry as you might think. It's a little bit more complicated than that. And there are a variety of other competing variables that need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
But just one additional comment. It seems like at some point, we're going to have to make our decision whether we're going to grow ourselves into fiscal solvency or shrink ourselves into fiscal solvency. And that's, I'm on the growth side. I don't think we meet the needs of our community on the shrink side.
Yeah, I think growing is certainly something that we absolutely need to do, for sure, to the extent that that's possible. However, I do think that it's not either or, but it's both. And so we have to look at how to do it in a very, very thoughtful and a very fiscally responsible manner.
So I just want to add myself to stack here. When we first talked about the 2% COLA being budgeted in, I asked at that time why we weren't budgeting for what was in the contracts. And I was concerned that we were pushing through a budget that wasn't actually actually feasible because of what was in the collective bargaining agreements. And so now we're in a situation where we have to go back, and it sounds like the participatory governance bodies, I don't think actually voted on these budget cuts, correct? Because at that time I said it would be really, if we're going to do this, then we have to have a real process through participatory governance to make sure that we bring people along with these cuts. But at this point, those bodies did not actually vote on these cuts, right?
They did not vote. We shared the information with them. We gave them opportunity to provide input, and we categorized, or we basically collected the data and information from them. Now, they did not specifically object to the cuts that were being proposed. However, there were a couple of different ideas that came about, some that were more long-term in terms of the overall changes that they think should be made to the broader budgeting process. And then others were things that we were already looking at, but is part of the brainstorming ideas that came forward with discussions that the chancellor led in earlier in the summer, and with other different stakeholder groups. So one of the new ones that sort of came up in discussion with the shared governance bodies was, the possibility of going out for a new parcel tax. Well, that's a good idea, but it won't solve the immediate problem of how do we close the fiscal 22-23 budget gap. So there were, and I think that our colleagues across the district made a concerted effort to be thoughtful and helpful in that regard. However, some of the feedback just wasn't such that we could immediately take that in and address the issue at hand in terms of timing.
Right, but it seems that we're always acting with urgency and don't have the time to be able to take some of that feedback and implement it. And so if we had planned for the 7% versus a 2%, we might have actually had a process to come up with that included participatory governance to come up with those ways to actually make the cuts to make that all add up.
Well, I would say a couple of points of clarification. At the time that we were developing the budget initially, and we put forward the 2%, it was not understood at that moment that we also had this collective bargaining agreement that stipulated the 7%.
Yeah, we understood that because we had a whole conversation about it.
Okay, so in any event, what we've done is we have been having conversation and engagement with the broader campus community or district-wide community about these matters. And then also we have begun having specific conversations in our planning and budget committee on changes to the budgeting process and changes to the budgeting calendar. And one of the things that we have decided as of last week was that we're going to establish an ad hoc working group to specifically work with coming up with and working through the nitty-gritty details. I'll give you another example of a comment that was made that was, hey, you guys should engage in zero-based budgeting. I think that's a great idea. I've done that at other institutions. Now, here's the thing. That's a great idea. Now, how would you implement that? Zero-based budgeting means essentially you have to advocate for your budget every time that you actually have to submit that. So do you do that once a year, which creates a incredible amount of instability on the operating units because they don't know what their budget's going to be year over year. Or do you do that every 3 years or every 5 years? But it was a great comment, but how do we operationalize it?
Right.
So we created the subcommittee in order to try to look at some of those comments, delve into, and make actionable proposals to the Planning and Budget Committee that they will then vote on, approve, and then submit through the overall shared governance process. So we heard you, and we're making those efforts in order to make the overall budget development process more inclusive, expand the timeline to allow for more dialogue, discussion, and idea generation.
Well, I look forward to that. And my last comment would just be, I don't appreciate, it feels a little bit like gaslighting when we were all here and actually discussed the 2% and that it was in the contracts that we had. So 85% of the COLA that was in the collective bargaining agreements. We had that discussion and we still budgeted for 2%. And so it's not that we didn't know, we knew very well that that was what was in the contract, in the collective bargaining agreement. So I'll stop there because I know it's getting late. So are there other, Trustee Gonzalez?
Just a point of clarification to go on record. We did not know when we did the tentative budget that the bargaining unit agreement included an 85%. We knew that after we did the tentative budget, not before. We then worked on it after we found out during the months after that to see if we could go back to Local 39 and have that discussion, meet and confer to see if they would consider a change, and they did not. But we did not know that when we gave the tentative budget.
Well, I would ask then why we didn't know. Trustee Gonzalez, you want?
Thank you. I want to associate myself with the comments that were just made. I think my frustration here is that we're not taking advantage of the wisdom in this district because we're making decisions unilaterally and without very deep inclusion. I'm told that department chairs in the district have identified at least 70 sections that could be filled if we decided to offer the classes. Now, I'm hearing from the administration that the process of making decisions about cuts was sent to the colleges and told, here, you decide where you want to do the cuts. But coincidentally then, I think that's what I just heard, but coincidentally, it turns out that all the cuts are being made in these frozen positions, which doesn't sound like there was a very deliberative process to figure out where, in fact, cuts would be made. It seems like those were just like, well, look, we've got these positions that are vacant, and so that's what we're going to do by default. And that just doesn't seem very thoughtful. What I'm seeing here is a lot of numbers, but I'm not seeing an impact that's a very subtle impact assessment of what's going to happen when we make these cuts. So we're just freezing positions because they happen to be there. And whether those are good decisions or bad decisions, what the impact on enrollment is, what the impact on services to students is, it's just randomly distributed based on who's not in the chair right now. And so if there's a deficit there, that deficit's going to get deeper. But it's even worse, I think, because when we look at the budget, we see these categories of budgeted versus actuals that are with just such huge discrepancies. For example, if you look at the 22-23 adopted budget versus the actuals, in the category of part-time academic, you start with $6.6 million budgeted, you end up with $15.2 million being spent. Something happened there that was like wild. Similarly, you see millions of dollars in books and expenses being moved around. And so there's a lot of slop in this budget. And my guess is, and when I say slop, I don't mean waste. I just mean there's a lot of inaccuracy in the budget itself. And my guess is that if we did a deep dive where we really got people on the ground who were understanding the impacts, and it wasn't so hidden, we'd probably come up with a better result. I hear Dr. Jones, you're saying, well, look, people have all sorts of ideas, some of which might be great, but they're going to take some time. I think President Gonzalez Brito has hit the nail on the head. We knew months and months and months ago that we were going to have closer to the budget that we have right now. We didn't know exactly, but we had a pretty good suspicion that that's what's going to come, because what bargaining unit would just give back all that money? If I were a negotiator and I had done that, I'd be hung now to dry. I'd be fired. So I think that expectation was pretty clear. So we had many months to do that with the PGC and the PBC and on the campus level, but we chose not to. And I think that's actually the problem here, that this board keeps getting presented with budgets that are done. And frankly, look, I don't know this budget well enough, and I'm not qualified and informed enough to make any line item changes. I can't do that. You're going to bring me a budget and I'm going to vote yes, because I don't really have a choice. But I'd feel a lot better if this had gone through a full discussion of the PGC and we'd had a thumbs up vote and everybody had said, yes, we're all in this together. And because we don't have that, we're here. So at some point, we need to be earnest about making those changes. And I hear you saying you want it, but it just never happens. So I'm not blaming you. I am simply saying that needs to end, and we need to begin doing a different kind of process here.
Well,
Now, I understand that at the colleges, the process of shared governance works pretty well. I think if we lean on that model at the district-wide levels with budgeting, we'll just get a better result.
I agree with you, Trustee Ewing, but I will also indicate to you, as I have at the PGC and at the PBC, the state has very definite timelines. One of them is they do not approve a budget for us to submit to you until July. We do a tentative budget at that time. And then when it's finalized, we bring it to you in September. I don't know of any shared governance body that meets during the months of June, July, and August. They usually start, if it is in August, the end of August, when we start courses, because that's when their contract starts. So to say that we aren't using that process when they aren't meeting during the summer, which is the period of time that we submit the budget to you for tentative approval, and then a final approval in September, just a month after they get back, I think is a bit disingenuous, because we can't make them come in and review the budget. So we can send it out. We can give them notice of what we are recommending. The board can always tell us to go back, which they did. We made a recommendation to you that showed no cuts, no freezing of positions, and looking at a 2%. That's what we presented to you in June. We found out after that there was an agreement with one of our local units. You were apprised of that in June after we presented the budget, and we put an admission into that budget indicating it was pending review by the constituency groups, and it was pending review by Local 39. So we've done those things. We're back to everybody wants to get a cost of living increase. Where's the money coming from? It was not a willy-nilly, let's go through and do this. If you want me to have each president talk to you about how they did that, what process they went, how they reviewed it with their own constituency groups, we can take the time to do that. But to say that we aren't doing that is not true. It's just absolutely not true.
Chancellor,
they may not
we have
agree, but they
PGC
may not. Can I
in your
finish?
budget.
Can I finish? Can I finish? And then you can tell me how wrong I am or ask that question, but let me finish. We presented it to them. You directed us to go back and come up with the budget based upon what was in the agreement. That is what we've done. You didn't tell me that it had to be approved by the PGC. We presented it to them just as we're presenting it to you as a recommendation. We are almost mid-year. We cannot keep kicking this down the road as we go through this process. We have one last meeting on Friday with the PGC. You have no more meetings this year until January. We will be within 6 months, and then all of the faculty leave in May. You have to look at the timeline of when we can bring this to you in a reasonable amount of time. And that is what we've done. Each of the colleges have done that. So I would start with Dr. Bairami, and we'll go through, and please, presidents, be succinct. But I want the board to understand that this wasn't done, as someone indicated, behind closed doors.
Well, so I just, before we do that, I will say that we actually directed the administration to go through a participatory governance process.
We did.
And so, right, but that, and if we have to specifically say a vote, then, you know, I'm not sure where there seems to be a lack of understanding or communication. And if
Maybe,
we have
maybe
to
it
go-
is,
if we have
trustee,
to-
maybe it is,
and
President.
and the last thing is that, if we didn't know what was in the collective bargaining agreement prior to making a budget, I want to say, why didn't we know? That's an expense that we should know, and be able to articulate in a budget.
You're absolutely correct. The right hand did not know what the left hand was doing. We have different people that are negotiating, and then we have our finance. There was
Madam
not
President,
anyone
may I
on the.
suggest we
finance.
move to a vote?
I did want the presidents to tell you, because I don't want it to be left on the table that we did this behind closed doors.
Well, so, why don't we go ahead and move to a vote? We'd be happy to be able to have further conversations in the future about how we got here, but it seems like, yeah, it seems like we should just move forward with the vote. Do we have a motion? We have a second?
Would anybody like to do a second for this budget?
That's what we're doing. We don't have a second, then we.
There's no budget.
There's no budget.
I'm going to second this because I don't want this to come down this way. Clearly, the board is unhappy with the process, and we just don't see eye to eye at this point. But this is a conflict that we are going to need to work out at some point. And we are in a place where we have to pass budget. Somebody's got to do some spending. So I will second this motion.
We're at discussion.
Then I'll make a comment. I think at the end of the day, at this particular point, lesson learned, right? Maybe one of the things that could have happened at that particular moment at that time was we could have had two different scenarios for the budget, right? At 2%, which is what we did in the 7%. Lessons learned. One of the other things that we talked about was the process. Maybe the board shouldn't take a vacation in August. Maybe faculty should come in August. Whatever needs to happen, needs to happen. This is an issue. I think that administration and some of the leadership are talking about the possibilities of how to kind of come together in a manner that is going to, where things are going to have to change. And those things that will have to change will either be the faculty need to come in or the board needs to not take their vacation in August, whatever needs to happen. But at this particular point, I believe we are at lessons learned. Maybe we could have done something different. Maybe we should have done something different. Maybe there are different interpretations as to what should have been done different. But at this particular point, lessons learned.
Any other comments and discussion? Trustee Gonzalez.
I'll just say what I'm looking for is a vote out of the PGC to support the budget. I think when we see that, we'll have confidence that we don't need to get in the weeds. People on the ground have looked at it and said, yeah, that's about what we can do. That's what I'm looking for.
So a question I have about this process. So we eliminated a whole bunch of positions that were, what's the term? That were not filled, vacant positions, or frozen positions. What was going to happen with that money if we hadn't had this budget crisis?
Likely they would have been, those positions would have been recruited and filled, which means that our expenses would even be much higher and we'd be operating at a substantial deficit.
So, but we've had those positions frozen for a long time, a lot of them for many years.
No, it depends on which one you're talking about. So the ones that we identified most recently, most of them recently became vacant, or there's not necessarily been, the same position has been, vacant for a long time. It's just that it's an ongoing thing. Some positions are filled, new positions are created as vacant, and then if we have to, for budgetary reasons, freeze a set of positions, we look at the current list of vacant positions and then make those determinations based on the positions that are vacant at the time that that decision needs to be made.
Yeah, if there's no further questions or comments, we can move to a roll call vote.
Student trustee Masson?
Sorry, there's just one more question from
Thank you.
trustee Gonzalez.
In any given year in the district-wide, if you look at an average of, let's say, the last 5 years, about how many $1 million of vacant positions have we held? Seems like that's a pretty common thing. You end up not hiring, filling a position. About how many $1 million? Last year, I think we saved, what, about $5 million, something like that, in vacant positions?
Something like that. It's,
Isn't that a normal figure, typically in that range?
It depends year over year. And then the other thing too is you have to look at, we may spend money, we may have a position that's vacant. Let's take, for example, the item that you mentioned earlier and say, hey, look, you guys really did a bad job with regard to budgeting on the part-time faculty. But let me tell you how that really works. If we don't have a full-time faculty member that fill that position, we still have classes. We still need to find an instructor. So we pay a part-time faculty to come in and teach that course because we do not have that full-time faculty member there. So that means that instead of that full-time faculty, the expenses accruing there, we are accruing expenses in the part-time. And so when you look at that number, you have to look at the positive delta on the permanent faculty line and the negative on the part-time. And so those two numbers go hand in hand, but it's cyclical. It changes. 1 year you have a lot because you may have had a bad hiring year and you had some failed searches. And then the other thing is, if we have really, really critical positions, we actually may have to spend more in contracts and those kinds of things to supplement because we need that. We need the part-time workers to come in sometimes. We need hourly workers. We need vendors to come in to backfill the loss of not having a position filled. And so it really varies from year to year. And that's why the expenses accruing to support the operation may show up in different line items within the budget. And there's just no way of pinpointing that exactly because it changes year over year.
I get that there's a year over year variation, and I'm just trying to get a general sense because it seems like it's a pretty common phenomenon that we've got vacant positions that we don't fill. And it seems like it's typically in the $3 to $6 million a year range that we have vacancies that we're saving money on. Is that a ballpark figure that's more or less in the right?
It's I think the number's actually higher than that.
Okay.
It's from what I can recall, in the past 2 years, especially, that I'm paying attention because I'm in this role for the past year, it's been 10 to 12 million.
All right. And so when we look forward at the projections that we've got on the spreadsheet, 24, 25, 25, 26, about in your projections, about how many $1 million of vacancies are you budgeting for and just saying, we're not going to fill those?
For what year are you talking about, sir?
Well, the last page, right before the thank you page.
Yeah.
And questions, you've got some projections coming out all the way up to 26, 27.
Yeah.
About how many $1 million of budget savings have you already baked into that? If you're thinking that it's about $11 million a year of vacancies, how is that reflected in those dollars? Or is that, or are those budgets?
They're in there.
You're just saying, no, we're going to fill all those positions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We budget for vacant positions at 100%.
Okay, so
And
that in
so-
any given year, we might look at those budgets and say, there's some millions of dollars of savings we're probably going to have.
that
there.
we're gonna choose not to fill in order to help close that gap, which is what we did this year to help close that gap.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay?
Okay, let's move to the roll call vote.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez, trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we now are at the consent calendar. We can have a motion to move the consent calendar. Is
Move approval of consent.
there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Delphine Polk. And we can move to a roll call vote.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez, trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move to our action items. And so we have, the first item is 10.1, consider approval of board policy for small local business enterprise program. And Vice Chancellor Smith is not here. So Julian, are you taking us through that?
Vice Chancellor Smith asked me to.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Julian Gross here, outside counsel for the district on the project labor agreement, which you may remember from past years, and the SLBE program. IVC Smith asked me to sub in for presenting for her at the front end of this. We also had a few other presenters from the consulting team, but I'm the last person standing on this item, so I'm going to do it. And we'll be very brief for you guys, or take as long as you want to take on this for policy development. We do have, if Sasha's got it ready, a PowerPoint on this item.
Give me just one moment, please.
So while that's going, I guess I can start telling you, this is the second reading of this item. That's why it's agendized as an action item. If you'll recall, we heard the policy, or you reviewed the policy at the June 27th board meeting. I guess I should say thanks to the district and the staff for very dedicated time developing this policy. The district has actually had an SLBE policy in place, or a program, I should say, in place for some years now. It's on the website, it's in contracts. It was implemented during the last round of bond-funded construction projects. It was implemented in conjunction with the project labor agreement. And so the district has a lot of experience in this area, but there was an interest this year from staff at DGS and from the consulting team in updating the policy with some additional program elements based on best practices from around the state and around the region, and also to formalize the policy or the program in terms of a board policy and an administrative procedure that the chancellor would issue if you approve the board policy. So we can go to the next slide, please. So the presenters here, we're down to the last one on the right. I'm from Law Office of Julian Gross. I serve public entities as well as many advocacy organizations on issues around community benefits in land use and public infrastructure. So I've worked on these issues for many different public entities at the state and local level, and I've been working with the district for about 5 years now. Next slide, please. So as noted, the district's been operating a program for a few years. This would codify, formalize, and enhance the existing program to advance policy goals, which are on the next slide. If you adopt it, the chancellor will adopt an administrative procedure. And I wanted to emphasize for you that nothing is locked in stone here. The policy is written so that the district can adjust implementation and program details over time. Next slide, please. So here, this is a slide that simply layers out the goals of the program. These are very typical for a small local business program. I should emphasize that because of Prop 209 in this state, public entities are prohibited from having MBE and WBE programs. So there's been a big move over the last 20 or 30 years to small local business enterprise programs, such as the one that the district has in place and we're looking to formalize and strengthen today. These provide opportunity for small local businesses, stimulate the local economy, build up equity in the spending, make that spending more inclusive and hopefully more competitive for bidding for district contracts, and maximize the benefits to the local community more broadly. Next slide, please. So just a little about your process to date. This policy was presented to the executive cabinet, the chancellor's executive cabinet, the day before it went to the board for the first reading in June. We presented it to the district facilities committee in October, also the participatory governance council, and we're here for the second reading today. There are some very minor, but you know, important improvements to the policy. I would say they're not substantive. They're based on just making the policy more clear and a few wrinkles based on additional legal research to put the policy in the best position for legal soundness with the district's procurement systems. Those are the changes between the version of the policy that you saw in June and the version that's agendized tonight. So you've got in your packet a red line version showing what those changes are exactly. Next slide, please. So the major policy components here, as with the existing program, there's a 25% figure indicated. It was a traditional goals / good faith efforts program before. Instead here, what's in front of you is a participation requirement, which can then be adjusted based on availability with regard to a particular contract. So that's the way that certain other local public entities do it, and it is considered a best practice in the field. There is also a 3 to 5% bidding preference for bidders who commit to exceeding the 25% SLBE minimum, and that will have a cap on the dollar value. So with a really big contract, you wouldn't be spending a huge amount of money to implement that bid preference. So what we're doing here is contract by contract inclusion. So if you are bidding as a prime contractor and you're an SLBE, then you would automatically be hitting that number and getting the preference. And if you are not an SLBE, but you are committing to include SLBEs at the subcontracting level up to a certain level, then you could get the preference and be a compliant bid if you're over 25%. So the threshold for which contracts this applies to are contracts where the prime contract award from the district in the construction sector is $1 million, and the same for goods and professional services. So we broke those out because they're often considered separately. In theory, you could tinker with those and to indicate the 3 categories that the policy would cover. Next slide, please. So the proposal from the consulting team that did a very thorough scan of existing local policies and thresholds would be to increase the thresholds for what is the size of business that could qualify as a small business. It's good to update those over time, and they thought that would make for a more robust and inclusive program. So you can see the changes in the thresholds there in 2 of the 3 categories. Rationale is explained there too. Next slide, please. So this is the area of the policy that I think is the biggest change from your current program, which is initiating a slate of SLBE support measures that I think are really essential in my experience for public entities that want to do a good job in this area, is not just to tinker with the terms of contract awards, but to be also working really collaboratively with this cohort of businesses to assist them in building their business to the next level so that they can be really competitive on contracts that aren't just with the district or with other public entities. So there's a contractor development program. There's making sure they get paid promptly, assisting them with some major challenges for small businesses like bonding and financing, other types of TA efforts. So all of this is sort of authorized for the consulting team and staff to initiate and enhance the district's efforts in this area if you approve the policy. But then that would all be implemented over time, and to the extent it affects budget or particular contract terms or requires consulting contracts or whatever, that would come back to you. So that's referenced in the policy as well. Next slide, please. This is the last one. I guess I wouldn't be a good lawyer if I didn't put a disclaimer in here every time I talk. So this is just noting that everything that's that is in the policy as it's implemented will have to be consistent with any funding requirements that come along, your bond requirements, ensuring that future agreements align with this policy, and a key provision allowing for ongoing legal review and refinement, adjusting the program based on how we see it working. And there's a component of the policy that references an advisory council of small local businesses. So that's ongoing stakeholder input. You may have input from other stakeholders as well. That could all be taken into account and adjust the policy without necessarily having to come back to you for input every time. So we're not locked in place forever, but the high level points of the policy, which are what are in front of you tonight, would be policy making by you. So obviously that wouldn't be changed without your input. Next slide, please. I'm not sure there's more substance, but yeah, we're on questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Trustee, Vice President Quinlan.
So the element of being a local within our district area, geographic district area, is that in the AP part?
I think the particulars of it are in the AP part. Yes. I can double check that on my computer right quick, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay. So the AP has a lot of policy details in there of how verification would work, how it would relate to certification by other agencies, the efforts that the district would take to ensure that contractors that a prime says they're going to use are actually used on the project, and a little more detail about verification of location of business, what constitutes a real business office, et cetera. I'll just double check that while we see if there's any other questions.
I had just one quick question around PLA training. We had talked about this the last time in terms of training contractors on implementing a PLA. Is that something that can be done later in the administrative procedures?
Yeah, so absolutely. And I'm sorry that didn't make it explicitly in the current draft of the administrative procedure, but you're not voting on the administrative procedure tonight, and that obviously wouldn't be released unless you pass the policy tonight. So we have a contractor training and TA referenced in the administrative procedure, and I think referenced at a high level in the policy. And we can make sure to make it an explicit term of the administrative procedure and the resulting programs when the AP is released. So apologies that we didn't get that in prior to this meeting. Thanks for the reminder from last time.
So do we develop a list of contractors that are eligible so that we're helping the big contractors find the people ahead of time that they can start those discussions? We have a list of approved SBLE contractors.
Yeah, I think connecting the primes with the SLBE cohort that you know are approved and work on other projects is certainly contemplated as part of the implementation. Yeah, again, that would be an AP issue, but we've got enhanced outreach. There's district assisting in that. That would be part of that for sure. Yeah. That's a really helpful thing that public entities can do. City of Oakland has a database that contractors can go to see who is certified in the area and get contract information and so forth. So I think there's a balance that the consulting team has been trying to walk between, not wanting to reinvent the wheel on behalf of the district, but to make sure you're doing things right and advancing the district's program, but also not wanting to, have to do a certification program and look at all the same things if another local agency that's credible has just reviewed that contractor on the same grounds.
All right. There's no other comments or questions. Is there a motion to move forward?
Motion to approve.
Second. Oh, go
This
ahead,
is
Deanna.
item 10.1, small local business enterprise program.
All right, we have a motion and a second, so let's move to roll call. And I believe Deanna was, trustee Delphine Polk was the second.
Thank you for confirming. Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the district for putting in place this really top tier, very thought through program.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam President, I'd like to move items in the action agenda, items 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6.
Is there a second?
Second.
We move to roll call, unless there's any discussion or anybody wants to pull one of those. Okay, we can move to roll call.
Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Brito.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. On item 10.7, given that this is Dr. Jackson's, Chancellor Jackson's last meeting, we'd like to just take a second and actually read the proclamation and invite my colleagues, maybe trustee Gonzalez Villan to begin that.
Thank you.
Actually, point
So,
of clarification really quickly, just to explain process, if I may. So this is gonna get approved tonight, and then we're gonna present it to Chancellor Jackson on Friday at the gala. So we can read it tonight, so we can have everybody see it, but just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
President, before you move to that, there were two items that were pulled from,
We discussed those. Yeah.
apologize, thank you.
so I think we need a motion to approve, and I'll make that motion.
Second.
Great. And with that, I'll read the first part, and then trustee Reese and I will go back and forth here. Proclamation by the Board of Trustees of the Peralta Community College District in recognition of Dr. Jeanette N. Jackson. Whereas Dr. Jeanette N. Jackson has demonstrated extraordinary commitment to the Peralta Community College District, comprised of Laney College, Merritt College, College of Alameda, and Berkeley City College. And
Whereas Dr. Jackson has cumulatively served Peralta with distinction for more than a decade and the California Community College system for over 25 years, including at the College of Alameda, where she ascended from the role of Vice President of Instruction to serve as the college president, then transitioning to become the Chancellor of the Chabot Las Positas District, retiring, and then making a remarkable reprise as Peralta's Chancellor at a time of our incredible need. And
whereas her illustrious and parallel armed services career encompassed a remarkable span of decades, during which she devoted herself to serving her community, state, and nation with unwavering dedication, initially as an enlisted service member and later as a distinguished military officer, achieving the esteemed rank of Colonel 06 in 2010. And
whereas Dr. Jackson simultaneously committed her life to the well-being and progress of students, all while ardently championing the noble causes of social justice, equity, and inclusion. And
whereas Dr. Jackson selflessly and foolishly left the tranquility of her well-deserved
my
retirement,
words,
choosing instead to embrace the extremely daunting task of guiding our lovely district steeped in crisis with a recent history of revolving door chancellors. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson was successful in leading the Board of Trustees, her administrative team, and the rest of the district through decisions and structural changes necessary to rectify serious district fiscal accounting issues, combat the threat of state takeover, manage the completely novel and life-threatening issues of providing effective educational opportunities during a worldwide pandemic, and then lead the district through a multitude of facilities issues, health and safety concerns, and unprecedented and conflict-inducing screening and social distancing practices in order to return to campus in the wake of a global pandemic while tackling emergent post-COVID landscape issues. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson supporting constituent leaders throughout the district brought unity, focus, and purpose to the district's efforts to address ACCJC accreditation recommendations such that the accreditation status of all 4 of Peralta's colleges were fully restored on her watch, and the district is no longer subject to special reporting requirements. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson's unwavering support for anti-racist, social justice reform, and alternative and holistic policing practices contributed to the creation of Peralta of an innovative model for campus safety and security that has also resulted in a substantial reduction in criminal activities and is serving as a model for reform efforts far beyond Peralta. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson's leadership led to the implementation of what labor leaders have hailed as, quote, the best part-time pay parity agreement in the state, close quote, fully paid health insurance for part-time faculty, and multiple years of significant COLA gains for workers throughout the district. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson acted as a partner with the Board of Trustees, responding assertively to unsubstantiated grand jury concerns, respecting the board's rightful role as policy leaders and independent, democratically elected representatives of the community, helping the board find unity where it had been in major discord, modeling calm and respectful policy engagement, and assisting the Board of Trustees to deepen its potential and effectiveness. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson served as a guiding mentor to a multitude of colleagues and peers and students whose subsequent accomplishments stand as a testament to her transformative influence. And
whereas Chancellor Jackson played a pivotal role in co-founding the California Community Colleges Veterans Caucus, co-chaired the California Community College League's advisory groups, helped build the League's Excellence in Trusteeship program, and cultivate the statewide Aspiring CEO series. And
whereas even with all that she accomplished at the district, where there are critical and urgent issues daily and vocal internal acrimony, Chancellor Jackson remained laser focused most of the time on the district's success, which included making decisive choices at a time of devastating enrollment declines, exacerbated by the pandemic and decreased state funding. And
whereas her strength and character, candid and supportive leadership, relational skills, leadership experience, and wisdom shaped an effective relationship of trust and respect with the Board of Trustees, essential to effective governance. And
which we saw on full display tonight. And whereas Chancellor Jackson, through all of the above, brought stability and calm to Peralta and lent her own significant credibility and reputation to the district, helping Peralta recruit an outstanding pool of chancellor applicants, one right over here, leading to the successful hiring of a highly qualified successor. And
therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees and the entire Peralta Community College District expresses its profound gratitude for Chancellor Jackson's leadership and stewardship over the district and its 4 colleges. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Peralta Community College District recognizes Chancellor Jackson's contributions an enduring legacy to the Peralta District, the East Bay community. It serves, honors her, and wishes her health, happiness, and fulfillment as she enters the next phase of her life. Proclaimed by the board on this 12th day of December 2023.
Wait. Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Chancellor, for your leadership. And it's been a real honor to serve with you. And with that, I will move to, see if there's a motion to move, vote. Oh, we did that already. Sorry.
We do
It's
that.
getting late. Now it's time, a roll call.
Was there a motion and second?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Yes, there was. Ewan was first and Withrow was a second.
All right.
That I did catch. Student trustee Masson,
Yes.
student trustee Vasquez, trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Of course.
trustee Napoli Bellarice, trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Dalton Polk.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I think it was Paulina Gonzalez Brito at the end, so I say yes.
Oh yeah, I didn't update that last chart, sorry.
It's late. All right, so we'll move to 11.1 Board of Trustees reports. And should we start to my left? No, any reports? No. Vice President Quinlan.
So last Friday, I went down to the Students Needs Conference that was at Evergreen Valley College. There were about 450 people there, I think, from around the state. And the thing I was most amazed by was the presentation by the Berkeley City College Student Needs team. They did a presentation there. The room was packed. And what I would encourage is that group to come and present before our board. And we need to highlight more things like that, the positive thing our colleges are doing, our staff are doing, and our students are doing to make sure there's success in our college. Because the one thing I walked away from the college, from that conference with, is the biggest detriment to our students, especially those students that are in marginal positions economically, is not lack of textbooks, it's not lack of computers, it's not lack of internet, it's lack of housing, transportation, clothing, and food. And the better we address those needs, the more successful we're going to be. And I would just like to congratulate you on the job that your Berkeley City College students and the student needs coordinator did. It was an amazing presentation, and they're doing a fantastic job. And again, I hope they come and give a presentation to the board and the community as a whole.
Thank you, Vice President Quinlan. Other reports? Student trustees, any reports? Trustee Velasquez or Masson? No. All right, with that, are there any announcements? Vice President Quinlan?
I think that President Vesikov wanted us to close the meeting. Did you?
I think we're just waiting for announcements.
Okay, our announcements for December 12th, 2023. This is final weeks for the fall 2023 semester. Best wishes to all students finishing up their studies this week. You got this. 2, spring is free at the Peralta Colleges for California residents. To apply for financial aid, enroll at least 6 credit hours. Visit www.peralta.edu/enroll to start the enrollment process. Spring classes start January 22nd, and classes are filling up quickly, so don't delay. 3, students who want to finish faster can now enroll for winter intercession classes at College of Alameda. Earn 3 credits in only 3 weeks with classes starting in December. Visit www.alameda.edu for more information. 4, the Bond Measures Oversight Committee will meet here in the boardroom tomorrow night, December 13th, 2023, from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. For more information, visit the Peralta website and scroll down to the events section. 5, the Hail and Farewell Gala a fundraiser for the Peralta Colleges Foundation sponsored by the Peralta Association of African American Affairs to take place on December 15th, 2023 at Merritt College starting at 5:30 p.m. Thanks to all who have purchased tickets. The event is officially sold out. It is not too late to make a donation to the foundation should one wish to do so. 6, with the exception of a few sporting events, the Peralta Community College and all of our campuses will be closed from Saturday, December 23rd through Tuesday, January 2nd, 2024. We will reopen in the new year on Wednesday, January 3rd. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Vice President Quinlan. Was there something, Dr. Peskoff, you wanted to close the meeting?
Thank you, Board President. One of Laney College's long-term graphic arts instructors, Mr. Tony Clark, passed away Sunday evening, December 10th. Professor Clark taught graphic arts at Laney for 10 years and came to the college as an accomplished animator who worked at top-notch animation studios such as Disney and Colossal, and even created his own independent movies. Even recently, he received 3 prestigious awards for his animated films at international film festivals. As a part-time faculty colleague, Professor Clark was active within the graphic arts department. He co-developed an animation certificate of achievement called Graphics in Motion with Department Chair Daniela Nikoleva, and he was appreciated for his classroom work, as evidenced by the numbers and the fact that his 2 animation classes were very popular among our students in full. Professor Clark was a dedicated teacher and a mentor to our students. He deeply cared about student success and put a lot of passion into his teaching. And I actually had the privilege to hear him advocate even at the district level curriculum committee for his courses. Though his legacy carries on in his students and his graduates, we send condolences to his wife Liliana during this difficult time and a request of the board that we adjourn tonight in his memory.
Thank you, Dr. Peskoff. And we will do that, and I think we're adjourned.
Don't get your cookie.
All right.